and open a
Gonna end it this
pharmaceutical
freeze
company.
frame like drugs kill, don't do drugs. And then we'll fade out on cheesy 80s synths. Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, we're actually playing Shadowrun.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay. And then
Anyways, I don't.
suddenly Cthulhu.
God damn it. Anyways, so yeah, you're not gonna get the Bonnie and Clyde rush of being the criminal outlaws running a drug ring, but you know you can still sell drugs.
I
Can
mean,
you run drug
I mean,
rings,
you
damn it?
certainly could.
Try.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely like in the major cities. It's regulated. Out here in Fortuna, I don't know. You guys will have to find out. Okay, let's see. I should push this. All right. I believe. Oop! Did I update the players, or is it still showing Sochi? We did it. Alright, when we last left our heroes, you had some conflicting ideas on how to deal with most of your crew being abducted by lizardmen, but you did eventually manage to get them free in one piece for the most part. With the exception of the first mate, who was not present among the bodies, and
And who I would probably be burned to death.
you also picked up at least one new person who I should probably make a token for at some point.
I'm gonna remind you,
Really got
Smurg.
that prep done good.
Say again, Mila.
Oh, I'm gonna remind you, Smurg, that we don't know about that whole we probably did a thing that was bad.
I
Anyways,
know.
Yeah, we are also going to be paying attention very much this session to playing in character and remaining detached from bad things happening to your character. We're going to try
Oh,
to
no,
let people take their turns, that sort of deal.
oh no, what I was referring to is that we had an out of character conversation after we had our in character conversation, and we might have Elizabeth might have, or I don't. What is Elizabeth's character player's actually? Anyways, we might have accidentally learned what might have been in one of the tents we burned down. So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, would me or Ammon have seen where the first mate went?
Uh, you, roll me perception. The two of you roll me perception. No, you did not see him or any signs of him.
Wow, that is terrible. I'm supposed to be good at that perception.
It's barely under average, so.
Okay, so Elizabeth, under disguise, has ordered you to take the prisoners back to the beach. And then I believe the plan, and interrupt me if I'm wrong, but the plan was Elizabeth was going to sneak off and remove the disguise and then rendezvous at the beach with you guys. Is that all pretty kosher?
Yeah, we've largely had this conversation.
Yeah.
But
And the exception was Ammon, who was going to stay behind with the lizard folk and speak with them and possibly train with them and learn some details.
yep.
All right.
I think that was Ammon's plan. I know he's not with us.
All right. So we are going to start back at the beach.
Fair enough. Can we breeze over the Elizabeth and I conversation? Because I don't want to go through that again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys just want to very quickly recap the conversation that you guys had, because obviously I wasn't here for it, so I might as well hear it.
Something. Mulek is against leaving the lizards alive. Something. Elizabeth thinks they're dumb and useful to manipulate. Something. We're gonna kill them eventually. Something. Okay.
All right.
Am I
Before
about
we get
right?
to that conversation, though,
Right.
can I search for the captain's quarters and loot it?
Yeah, absolutely. It is, let's see, time-wise, it's probably about 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon, so you guys still have, some time in the day left, and it's still light enough to go look for the captain's quarters.
No, she's talking about before we show up.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm trying
okay.
to do this without anybody else noticing.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. That would be in the
Mostly
forecastle.
don't want the captain to notice.
Yeah, right. That seems totally reasonable. So yeah, you are able to find the captain's quarter. When you get in there, give me an investigation check. And then also tell me what exactly you're looking for. Or if it's just like expensive things.
Mostly expensive things, and also that necklace that I'd seen.
Okay, let's see some rolls.
Go look.
You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna use my inspiration.
All right, sure.
God damn it.
Oh,
It was a significant boon.
it was, it was something. All right, so when you get in there, you actually have to like climb up into the captain's quarters because the entire stern castle is on its side on the beach. But it is a wreck. There is stuff everywhere. It is completely torn apart. You rummage through the chests and you find mostly clothes. You find a couple bottles of alcohol that appear like still drinkable, although they're covered in, burn damage. Most of the clothing is torn up beyond repair. The weapons are no longer there since it was used in combat. You find a small sack of gold, and I'll roll some numbers for that, but it's not a ton of money. You find some like journal pages, but they appear to be completely scorched, pretty much entirely illegible. And you see no sign of the necklace. As far as you can tell, it is probably at the bottom of the sea.
Damn it. Well, I'm gonna take his clothes. Any of the ones that are salvageable.
Sure, let me see here.
Even the unsalvageable ones too, actually.
So yeah, most of it is like damaged beyond being able to wear it, but you do find like a plain white shirt and like a pair of black slacks, as well as sort of a nicer dress shirt that is burned, like the left arm of it is burned off, but the rest of it appears to be intact, so you might be able to refurbish it or like make it a sleeveless shirt, which is super classy, I guess. So yeah, if nothing else, you've got some fancy fabric to work with and a little bit of like plain clothing to wear.
Cool.
And then let me find out how much gold you found, because it wasn't a ton, but...
Then, yeah, other than that, I'm just gonna, like, hide and wait until I hear the friendlies come in.
Alright.
Something. It was a heated discussion. I barely remember the discussion though, because I was super tired when we had it. Do you remember much of it, Elizabeth?
It was basically Elizabeth saying, "I'm right. Always listen to me."
Oh yeah, you did have that. You did have
being
that
like,
gloating.
"I want to go kill them," and I was like, "Fuck no! They have like poison darts. They're gonna wreck our shit."
You were
And
also
then you were
making
like-
the case that you could manipulate the fuck out of them.
True. Which I still believe I can at some point.
If I were conscious,
Down the line.
If I were conscious, I could have manipulated the shit out of them, but I'm a bard.
Even then, like, she manipulated the shit out of them.
I was a fucking god.
You pretty much were a fucking god for a brief point of time.
Literally and figuratively.
Alright, so not too long afterwards, maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, you hear the rest of the party arrive, and they start to just, like, get everybody huddled up under the tent. They make sure that everybody's paralytic darts are removed, toss them to the side, and one by one they do start to slowly wake up, with the exception of Covey and Cognate, who are unconscious for a little bit. And for the sake of speeding things along, you guys each roll a 1, so you'll be up in like an hour.
Shouldn't they actually pretty much be up the second they get back?
They were like,
minutes.
yeah, they
By
were
the
like,
time travel and stuff.
that's true, yeah, they got like,
The travel took us 35 minutes.
yeah, so you're right.
Be up in 25.
Yeah, you'll be up like very shortly, 15-20 minutes or so. As you get back, you do see the charred remains of a rowboat. a little up to the north. And somebody removed the token, but yes, that is
Well,
presumably where Rock
he's
was.
dead.
Yes.
God damn it, he's dead.
Alright. So yeah, is there anything you want to do immediately before you wait for them to wake up, or are you just going to chill and get everybody taken care of? What's the plan?
I will go chop up my bar of soap
Alright.
into like a tiny little cube for everybody and say like, go wash the blood off. We don't need rabid animals coming killing us in our sleep.
That's
or anybody
probably
getting
wise.
an infection or anything like that. So
Yeah. And also, Elizabeth and Mulek, give me perception checks. Oh yeah, okay. So this was hard to miss in the first place, but you guys both definitely noticed. Um, the bodies of each of those carrion crawlers is starting to smell just god awful, like hot garbage that has been left out in the sun for days and days and days. Um, it's not quite as bad like over by the campfire, but like since you're right next to this boat, it smells real nasty.
We were supposed to be gone from this place like 4 or 5 hours ago. Ugh.
well, you
We
seem
should, we should do a short
able-bodied
rest and
and
then start moving.
naturey. Uh, Ulrich, would you like to help me with something disgusting,
No.
please? I saved your life.
And I already said I'm grateful. What do you even want to do with that stench? We can just go.
I wanna. Well, everybody's got to still wake up and get cleaned off. Just, it'll only take a few minutes. I just want to try and harvest some of that toxin.
What?
That can't possibly end well.
It probably won't.
Do you have any experience handling venoms?
Yes.
Mechanically, do you have Poisoner's Kit?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I don't actually
Oh.
have the kit on me,
Right.
but I'm gonna take like one of the burnt wine bottles, like empty it and try and like harvest it. It's like a dagger and just like some crude tools.
Sure.
So here's the thing. So do I. Ugh.
Wait,
I also have the
poisoned?
proficiency. Is everything crashing? Oh no, everything's all fine now. But yeah, I do have proficiency in the poisoner's kit as well. So
Awesome. Then, yeah, do you want to try and get some? We just have to not fail by 5.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware, but this is not what I expect to be doing today. Come on.
Do I get up soon?
No, it wasn't in this case. It was in this one. So, Feck.
Yes.
What stat check would it be with proficiency to harvest poison?
I'm actually double checking, and let me know. I assume you know the rules better than I do, Drake, but I believe it'll be like a sleight of hand.
I actually don't really. I just looked it up yesterday, so
Gotcha. I know there is a section in the DMG. I'm kind of trying to track it down real quick.
yeah, it's
I'm
basically
gonna hunt it down myself if I can.
It's a DC 20 nature or poisoners check.
Okay.
And if you 20 or better, you get a single dose of the poison. If you fail by more than 5, you get afflicted by the poison.
Okay, yep, awesome. I found it. 258. So yeah, perfect. That would be your choice of nature. Oh yeah, it would just be nature. With your or poisoner kit proficiency, if you have one. But since neither of you actually have the kit,
No.
No.
yeah.
Me. Nature.
So yeah, I mean, you've got like a makeshift thing going on with the broken wine bottle, but yeah, it'll just pretty much be intelligence nature.
Is it intelligent? In nature intelligence?
In this case, it is specifically intelligence nature.
Oh, does it? Oh, it is a nature. Nature is an int check, anyways.
Gotcha, gotcha. So yeah, whichever one of you wants to do it, the other one will be assisting for advantage.
Yeah, I feel like you should do
What?
it. You're probably better at this than me.
You selfish asshole. What's your intelligence?
I have a +1. I can do it.
Same.
I'll do it. YOLO.
Yeah, I'll help you out here, but I'm not reaching into that. Mechanically, it really doesn't matter who rolls. Well, it does, but the odds are the same no matter who does it.
No, I'm fucked.
Well then, as you're reaching in, you basically pop a little cyst full of this disgusting poison shit. And I need do you just automatically fail it, or do you have to make the check?
I think I have to still make the check.
All right,
It's subjected.
cool. Yeah, in that case, that's a Constitution saving throw.
Crit fail.
All right, so you're paralyzed for a
On point
minute.
Today.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, as she's reaching in, you see Elizabeth like reach a little too far and pop this cyst full of disgusting acid poison, and she just goes limp and falls on top of the body and is covered in rotting carrion crawler guts and flesh.
Probably as I'm holding a cut open so she could actually get at it.
Yeah. So yeah, she is now
Back.
okay. You're dragging back her filthy, disgusting body, which is now smelling just about as bad as the corpse
It
itself.
smells so bad, can it wake me up?
Yep.
And Elizabeth, after a minute or so, you come to and realize that the
In
plan
the
did not
water.
go too well.
In the water.
Okay. I just kind of shudder, disgusted, and take the rest of my soap and start cleaning myself off.
Might want to hold off on that. There's a second one, you know. Are you done with this stupid plan?
It's not necessarily a stupid plan.
Oh no, it's a great plan. It's just idiotic in Neelix's eyes.
Let's. I think I can get it this time.
All right. Over here.
Shouldn't she have taken some damage?
No, she was subjected to the poison. The poison
Bam.
didn't actually.
All right. Having learned your lesson from the first one, you are able to basically wrap the wine bottle around one of these cysts and press into it, and it just starts to like squirt this disgusting poison into the base of the wine bottle. And you're able to pull it back, and you've got enough for one dose. It is currently stored in the bottom half of a broken wine glass. You may want to transfer that to something a little more reliable at some point.
Fair point.
I do have an unbroken wine bottle. It's still full of wine, though.
Now, we don't want to waste good wine. I'll just carry it very carefully.
All right. So you are carefully carrying a tray of paralytic poison. So as you get back to camp, Covey and Cognate are starting to regain consciousness at 1 health each. And also, the crew seems to be regaining consciousness, including the one new person that you recovered, who is a half-elf woman who appears to be frantic. She is basically panicking, saying, Where are the kids? Where are my kids?
Who's this guy, by the way? Because suddenly there's a new person with a name.
That is Sis's brother.
Oh, is that Sis's brother? Oh, no, that's Shet.
Oh, no, wait, you're totally right. It is the third unnamed Catfolk crew who now has a name.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I mean, he totally had a name the whole time. What are you talking about?
No, I got it.
Yeah.
No one bothered to learn it.
Yeah, right?
Calm down.
No, secretly,
Is he trying to bang the other ones?
I'm great with that.
Calm down. Calm down. Who are your children? Where were they last?
They're not mine. I take care of them, but we were going to one of the mining colonies and we were attacked and there were lizard folk. You see this thing on the news all the time. I didn't think it could actually happen to us, but they must have taken them. I
Thing
don't.
on the news.
Take a deep breath. Look around where we are. And
Where are we? Why is there a shipwreck? Why does it smell like shit? What's happening?
we're on the coast of Fortuna right now. We crashed after running afoul of some pirates. We survived, and we met the people who attacked you. They attempted to abduct us as well. We managed to deal with them for now. They're still out there though. And please do not say that actually.
No, I don't. Very tempted though. Elizabeth's just biting her tongue in the corner.
And they aren't dead and they certainly aren't gone. And as far as I've been told, we got everyone out of their hands alive as we could. But they were sacrificing people.
Okay, give me all four of you. Give me perception checks. Okay, well,
I'm apparently
Govi's
still
gone
drunk.
blind.
you're almost certainly going to notice this, so we'll just do it out in the open. Oh, yeah, okay. As you guys are having this conversation, you notice that Fishstick is, like, fidgeting, trying to, like, scoot back around the wall of the ship out of sight.
Can I just jump straight at him?
You certainly can if you want.
Actually, I'd rather have Mulek do that. I'm on 1 health.
What makes you think I'm going to do that?
Yeah, if your character would do it, do it.
Fine. Yep, I'm just gonna jump straight for him.
Alright, you'll have advantage because he's prone, so give me just be an attack roll.
An attack roll? Not athletics or something?
Yeah, just 1d20 plus your strength.
Okay.
And you have it at advantage, so.
Yep, and then one more. That will probably win. So 20 versus... Wow, is this really higher for him? Interesting. Okay, so he manages to, like, dodge out from under you and starts to book it south. Away. Yeah. So you guys see him start running off to the south.
I throw a dagger.
Kill
I'm
him!
gonna.
Meanwhile,
Okay, we'll do initiative because everybody's doing something. So let's do this real quick.
why do you people always need to start killing people the moment anyone does
I'm not
anything
gonna
shady?
fucking kill him.
This
I'm
is the
not
guy that went on a
talking to
murder
you.
spree last session.
They were sacrificing people. They damn near sacrificed
Vic.
my charge.
Please tell Dayon that if he's gonna like fill in for my character, not to fill anything blank with bad dragon dildos.
Okay. And then cognate initiative.
How many did he put in?
Well, apparently my green thing is now a number of bad dragon dildos.
Oh,
Cognate, you there?
Sorry. What's going on?
Initiative to, like, you basically missed the tackle and now he's sprinting off to the south. Okay, so he's up first. He is going to book it, so he moves 60 feet south. And that's Elizabeth.
Alright, fucker.
you're a rogue. You're basically the bounty hunter class. You get dash and attack in the same action.
Alright, yeah, I head over here.
Alright.
And, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna run away. Or just all the way.
What?
That's my turn.
Cool. Triple dash, or double dash.
Yeah.
Alright, cognate. You are still on your feet. You missed the tackle, but you're able to get up.
Okay, so if I'm here, let's check the magical list of spells. Because my level up got me one more spell slot. Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile!
Are you actually casting
Is that what you're actually casting?
TikTok, Smurg. No, no more Tumblr.
Yep.
That was just me going,
Stop stalling.
Yeah, magic missile, why not?
All right. And
That
that's
was more than that.
Yeah,
it's 3 plus 1.
3
Plus 1.
1d4
times
plus
3.
1.
No, it does 3 damage for each missile, though.
Yeah. Okay. So, and how many?
And then plus 1 because of the additional force damage.
No, you rolled a 2, and then there's +1 on it. Your roll.
Yeah.
rolled a 3.
Oh.
We'll fix
okay.
that up for you later. But yeah, it's 3 times the number of missiles, and I believe it's 3 missiles at level 1.
Yeah, 3 missiles.
Okay, so 9 total damage. Okay, so as you do that, he's like right at the edge of this, so let's see how this goes. Okay, yeah, you pin him in the back, and he like flinches, but he keeps on running. Or he will when it gets to his turn. Anything else?
Hard to kill.
No, I think I've used all my stuff like second wind. Let me check.
All right.
I don't have it labeled. Yeah, I'm done.
Cool. Mulek?
So I was busy like trying to comfort a half-elf woman, so I think I'm going to continue doing that.
Okay, yeah. Sure, I mean, we're going to get like 6 seconds of conversation, but she'll like, what is he doing? Where's he going?
I don't know. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't know if the children you're looking for are even alive anymore. Are you going to be okay right now?
I don't know. You didn't see them? Where did they take them?
To their village?
Do you know where the village is?
Yes, and they're still alive, and they like to use poison. And I don't think if they see us again, we're going to get off so lucky as we did before.
Okay, well, which way is the village? If you won't go, I have to try.
I think move on.
Okay,
That's
so
enough for 6 seconds.
yeah, that's 6 seconds. Okay, Covey, what would you like to do?
Is he basically like stuck? Not stuck, but trapped at least a little bit. Like you have to move past Elizabeth to get in there.
Sort of. He can climb up onto this. Like this is like a. I mean, it was a wall, but now it's laid sideways, so it's basically a floor at this point. He would definitely trigger an opportunity attack if he tries to run more.
All right, I'll dash over here then.
All right. So, seeing that you've caught up to him, he doesn't have any weapons. He's like, back off, just leave me alone. And he is going to try to shove. So this is not an attack, just a shove. We'll use the first one. That's a 7. Give me acrobatics.
-3.
So yeah, you're able to sidestep that shove pretty handily. And he will try to run, triggering an opportunity attack. That is a hit.
Yeah, I'm trying to like cut at his legs.
Okay, yeah. Let's see here. Let's do this. Yeah, try as he might, he is still running. He's got big old meaty no legs, so he gets himself about here. And it's yours.
All right.
Turn.
Very angry because walking away from somebody is very rude. I'm gonna run up to him and I don't know. I kind of feel like he's running full sprint, and I'm just like kind of like casually walking along past him like a serial
No.
killer in a murder movie.
Yeah, you do get the impression that, like, as big as he is, he's not particularly nimble, and you can keep up with him pretty easily.
Yeah, so I like do a quick jaunt over there, and I'm just like, "Where are you going?"
He's like, anywhere but here with you sick fucks. You guys are gonna get us all killed.
And why do you think we're going to do that?
Just sitting around out here, this is lizard folk territory. We need to move, we need to get out of here.
You're not moving. Like, well, then you best turn around and start talking.
Okay, so you lay into his calf, and he just, like, falls into the sand. He's like, oh, fuck. You can tell he's defeated, and he's like, fine, 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 lay off.
Look, a friend of mine worked real hard to save your ass. I'm not about to let you run into the jungle and get yourself killed. We're a big target
As he
right
tied
now,
up his legs.
but there's safety in numbers. You're just gonna get ambushed and slaughtered.
Alright, give me persuasion with advantage.
I mean, really, if a tiny little girl like me could take you down.
God damn it, you're right. Okay, fine. I'll stick around. If I die, it's your fault.
Kept you alive once.
After stabbing him in the shoulder, after you had tied him
Leg.
up and had him on the boat. No, shoulder.
Exit cap.
Well, I stabbed him this time and I saved him from himself.
I know.
Alright.
I help him up and I drag him over,
Alright.
start bandaging his wounds.
Kind of limps along like a, tail between his legs, clearly disgusted at the fact that he can't outrun a little girl.
Damn straight.
Alright, so Mulek, you've got this frantic half-elf woman. She's like literally starting to stand up and walk away. She's like, which way is it? Just tell me where to go.
I can't do that in good conscience. You will get yourself killed out there. I can understand that you need to find them, but do this in a rational manner.
Okay, so what are you suggesting?
Take a few deep breaths and let's get our bearings, because we don't exactly know where we are. I know we're on the west coast of the southern island. That's about it. Where did they grab you? How far do you think it is from the coast?
We were a couple days southwest of Silver Bay. I mean, it can't be too far. Maybe a few days east of us.
Alright.
And she basically starts to, like, she takes a couple of deep breaths and gets her bearings and then just breaks down and starts crying.
There. In a much more apologetic and sympathetic tone than I can ever take.
Alright. We are going to cut over to Ammon for a second because Ammon has some interesting things going on. Alright, so let's briefly catch up on what Ammon has been doing this whole time. After the exchange, at the end of last week's session, Ammon decided to stay with the lizard folk for a short time. It's been a few hours at this point, and he has the benefit of, they basically view him as a prophet or a messenger of some sort, thanks to Elizabeth's shenanigans. During that time, he's been learning a little bit about their culture, and they've also been doing some shield training with their fancy turtle shields.
Fancy.
Fancy. And let's see, how much of this do we want to do out here? Because I know a few things we were going to hold off. So, okay, so Ammon, let's assume at this point that they have done a little bit of shield training. They have talked with you about who they are, the fact that they worship Mershalk, that they are opposed to several lizard folk tribes that worship the opposing god, Sethrak. They have told you that they are trying to re-empower or resurrect Mershulk through blood sacrifice, and in exchange, they have been promised this new fire that they have heard so much about.
Okay, so what have I told them so far?
Let's see. That is actually kind of up to you. I'm reading through all the stuff that we talked about over the week. I believe. Yeah, we'll pretty much start from the start. They've given you the training, they've introduced themselves, but they don't really know a lot about you yet. And you haven't made any of your, like, convincing arguments about not making sacrifices or anything like that. And the main lizard folk that you've been speaking to has a very difficult to pronounce name, but he allows you to call him Nama.
Alright.
And you're all basically gathered around the campfire. The 3 tents that were ablaze have smoldered out, and they've started to, like, collect their belongings. There really wasn't much of value in any of those tents, but they've shuffled over into some of the non-burned tents.
Have I caught sight of any non-lizard folk in the area when I've been around?
You have not. It has just been lizard folk. It's been a group of maybe 10 to 12, and a few of them come and go. Like you'll see one wander off, or a pair of them. You suspect that maybe they're hunting or traveling, but nothing terribly out of the ordinary, and nobody except for lizard folk.
Alright. So... Okay, let me go scroll back through my own notes, see where I can start. Okay, so... Basically, I'll start by telling them that their new fire thing is not like a gift from the gods. I've seen it in action. It's something that the warm-blooded races make and use to their advantage. It's a weapon to them. And the only way you're going to get it is if you go out and take it. As I'm sure you know by now, there's a lot more of them than there are of you. And they're a lot more fortified. So it's going to be a very long struggle if you want to keep sacrificing people to get this stuff. Not
Right.
saying you're on the wrong track, just it's going to be a long haul.
Yeah, he gives you sort of a knowing nod. He can certainly relate to being severely outnumbered, and he tells you that ever since the betrayal, their numbers have been thinned, and they've been forced out of their main temple, the main temple city of Isga, and they have to live in these shanty campsites. And he looks around, and not really disgusted, but definitely a little disappointed with the way that they're living now. And he's like, but...
Talk about the betrayal, like the one that killed Mershulk, or the one that like is like a different betrayal?
He is talking about the betrayal of Mershulk by his, like, the snake god, Sethrak. And he does sort of explain to you that there is this heated rivalry, because a long time ago, at least a few hundred years ago, Sethrak basically tricked Mershulk and killed him, and took all of the power in this region. And that has caused a schism amongst the lizard folk, who were never really, all cooperative, but they at least lived together and didn't actively murder each other. But it has forced them into 2 main factions, and all of the Mershulk loyalists were driven out of their home city of Isga. And they've been trying to restore power so that they can take back their place in Isga.
I ask if there's nothing that would end the feud, short of complete victory, or what might make amends.
He looks at you and gives a head shake, and he's very stern. He's like, no, the only way is through sacrifice and blood and fire. That is Mershulk's way.
Sounds like a pleasant guy.
Only many options then. Okay. So what's their plan? I mean, hiding in a shanty town like this doesn't necessarily inspire confidence that you're gonna get, you know, get out of here and make overtake the other tribe.
We can't do it with numbers alone. We need more power, which is why we've been relying on our god. And he kind of motions over to a couple of shamans that are sitting at the fire to your west. And he's like, they've promised. They've promised that with enough sacrifice and enough blood we can restore power. Even without the fire, if it is as you say, Mershulk should be able to take his place back. He was always the stronger of the two.
So how'd Sethrak manage to trick and kill Mershulk then?
Deception. He brought lies of peace and cooperation
And roll the natural d20.
and stabbed him in the back. At least that's how the shamans tell it.
Kind of eyeing those shamans warily. Okay. Have the fathers of Sethrak. What's the deal with Sethrak? What's his ethos? I guess.
Yeah, he explains that Sethrak is very similar to Mershulk. They are basically twin brothers. They are both massive snake gods with wings, who were each born from one of the two volcanoes on the island at the same time, thousands of years ago. Mershulk was always bigger and stronger and wanted to dominate the entire land, while Mershulk was comfortable to just eat anything that came too close and control his territory, but didn't feel the need to spread fire across the entire island. And there was always bickering between the two, but Sethrak's betrayal was a little bit surprising to the lizard folk, and obviously to Mershulk.
And so what do the fathers of Sethrak do now? Are they just content to stay in their city, or are they doing something to expand?
He gives sort of a disgusted sneer. He's like, that's all they do. They sit in their city, they worship, and they kill anyone who comes too close, but they have no plans for dominion. They don't try to push boundaries. They're lazy is what they are.
Huh, that's kind of unusual. He just told me Mershulk was the one who was content to take what came to her or to him, and Sethrak was the one that was out plotting revenge.
Oh geez, if I said that, if I said that out of character, I totally got it backwards. Just to clarify, Sethrak is the one that is content to kill anyone who gets too close, and Mershulk is the one who wants to sweep across the land and take it all over.
Okay, because the way you just said that was these guys are the good lizard folk, and those ones are the bad ones. Wait, what? That's very
Gotcha.
weird.
Okay, yes, I'll type it out just to clarify. I may have gotten them backwards there.
They're all a
Okay.
bunch of dicks.
Okay, so to clarify then, the followers of Sethrak are in their city totally trying to expand and conquer the island, right? Okay, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
So these are the ones trying to expand. Okay.
Right. The ones you're currently talking to are the ones that want to restore power and then sweep across the land and burn it all.
So not exactly the kind of lizard people you want to help.
I don't know. I'd kind of like an island lizard folk. That'd be cool.
I mean, there's nothing saying you can't.
So, okay. Well, I'm gonna tell them that well, since I'm the chosen of Mershulk, perhaps I might be able to sneak my way into the city of Sethrak and find out what they're doing right now and perhaps sabotage them from within.
Huh. Sure, give me a persuasion check.
Alright, give me a sec. Get my sheet out again. I'm pretty sure it's D20. I think I did take that Beyond Influence back, though, because I wanted to be able to talk good for this. And I'm marking the sheet, but oh well, I'll just leave it as it's from now on. Persuade. Well, that's about as average you can get.
Yeah, it's pretty average. So as you say that, actually, Nama kinda gives you a weird look. Almost a look of disbelief, and he's like, deception is the way of Sethrak. Surely Mershulk would not have us do it like that.
Oh, I agree. But at the same time, I'm not exactly content to sit on my laurels here like a follower of Sethrak and just hope that, the answer comes to me through sacrifice.
Perhaps. We couldn't send you alone, though. You'd be found out, and if you're as valuable as the Avatar says you are, we can't risk losing you.
Well, if nothing else, it might be well, you can perhaps come with me, see what it's like, and what's more, since I've seen the new fire for myself, I'll see if I can bring that back to you all.
Very well. But first we
After all, you
should...
need weapons to actually fight.
Yeah. Let's get you armed, and you can't go anywhere on an empty stomach. We have not hunted for the day yet. Would you care to join us? We could test out your shield skills in actual combat.
Certainly. Would enjoy the opportunity.
Very well. So he looks around at the others at the campfire, and you see that there's a couple of... they look like maybe shamans in training, and then a hunter or two. And he stands up and he motions to them to get ready to go out for the hunt. And after a few minutes, they go to their tents, they grab their weapons, and you guys make your way into the jungle. And let me catch up on some things real quick. Alright, so, for the purposes of making sure that the other players here are not participating, you're going to be playing the roles of these lizard folk hunters.
I feel so much more relieved.
Yeah.
No crazy mind control or anything, although I did really like watching you guys sweat. So yeah, this will be a practice in playing in character as characters that you are not. So yeah.
I'm not going to speak. I'm just going to make various hissing noises.
Well, I mean, you do have Draconic, and we'll assume that everything you guys say is happening in Draconic. But there you go.
Calm.
Alright.
Seriously, what is your partner laughing about over there?
I don't anymore. What are you laughing at over there?
What's that?
Some YouTube video, I can't tell. Okay, so yeah, a few minutes of preparation later, everybody is ready, and Nama, who appears to be like the most experienced hunter there, and is the one that you've been talking with this whole time ever since last week's session, starts to lead you out through the jungle. It starts out on sort of a thin trail, but then it gets very, very dense quickly. And let me get survival rolls from each of you, using your fancy new lizard folk sheets, which you should have next to your normal sheets. And then obviously, Ammon, you've got your own if you want it. Alright. So yeah, Cognate and Mulek, you guys are able to pick up on the tracks of what
I
appears to
don't
be...
see any Cognate or Mulek on the floor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Kagi and Mully. You guys both very quickly pick up on what appear to be tiger tracks. There is a large set that appears to be a full-grown tiger, accompanied by a smaller set that may be a cub or something along those lines. It appears to be traveling to the east of the path that you guys are walking. And let's see, Nama also notices. He's like, shh, he motions for everybody to be quiet. And you guys make your way along the path to where the tracks lead.
Waka 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 waka.
Waka 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 waka. Do I already have this revealed? I hope I do. I sure do.
It's
What's the
just
personality
completely
for this
black.
character?
Well, I didn't really fill out, like, their entire bio, because, you're going to be
my
playing
God,
them for
how-
10 minutes.
How am I supposed to play this character properly?
So, as you
We
approach...
need to know the deep backstory of tribal savages.
I mean, you can make it up if you want. You can be my guest.
I have the biggest dick of any lizard person.
Okay, well, this is why we can't have nice things.
Screw nice things. Dicks.
So yeah, as you guys get all set up, let me get stealth rolls from each of you to make sure that you don't, like, alert this tiger immediately. Sneaky, sneaky lizards. Well, Kobe, I mean, you know, it happens. You do notice that the mother tiger, who appears to be like resting on her side next to her cub, she stands up quickly, and she starts to look in your direction, but she can't quite see anything, but she is definitely on alert at this point. Nama draws a javelin and prepares, and he looks around to make sure that everybody else is ready. And we will just, let's just do an opening barrage of attacks and see if you can take it down right away.
Javelin!
I don't see my attack.
Javelin!
You didn't give me a ranged attack.
What? I think you have a thorn whip, maybe, or a blow dart.
Yeah, I've got Thorn Whip and
Produce flame.
Oh shit! Produce flame.
Yeah. Ooh.
Did I
Well, then
accidentally
want
just
my
throw
character
that?
to die.
I didn't even mean to throw that. Okay, I'm still gonna actually have to move into range where I can hit. But
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we've got 6, 4 miss, and then we need an attack from. I believe that's Smur. No, wait,
I gave you one.
you did. Who is it? Terwin? I probably should have just named these your actual names.
I'm Covey. God, Feck, you're the worst.
Wait, who hasn't attacked then?
Literally worse than Hitler.
Coggy, Covey, Elizabeth, and
Lizzie. Ugh.
oh, I haven't attacked. I thought I
wanna be
attacked.
pretty light.
I thought you did
guys-
too.
Yeah, you guys made such a big deal out of it. I thought that was my role. I accidentally somehow did.
Oh yeah, okay, in that case, Terwin, we need an additional 1d8, or sorry, 2d8, because you critted.
Yeah.
Damn.
There's mine.
Jeez.
Wait, why 2d8?
Oh my god.
That's what Produce Flame does. In his little notes here.
Okay, so yeah,
Okay.
with that opening barrage, the mother tiger falls to the ground, and you can see the tiger cub like curled up behind it.
Let's kill it!
It's probably tasty. You're a lizard folk. You probably think it's delicious. All right, yeah,
So let's kill the baby.
yeah. You
As normal people do.
yeah, you whip the baby and you pull it towards you, and basically suffocate it in your whip, and you see it go limp.
Oh, well, shit. Oh well.
That's
Great job, guys!
I was gonna say something, but it's not.
Oh no, it's all instinct at this point.
Excellent job
that's
at that.
horrible.
You whip the
Amazing
baby
job,
and
guys.
strangle it in your whip.
Heartless, just cruel.
I look at whoever did that and say,
See, this
that
knowledge
is why you're in a shanty town.
Sorry, you said what?
That is why you're in a shanty town.
So he looks back at you and is like, "I don't understand. What do you mean?"
Tigers can be trained. You must recognize an asset when you see it.
He looks at
You're
the dead cub. It's like it's meat. We've never been one to train. You might have to teach us about this at some point, but this is how we've done things for hundreds of years. And as you guys are talking, all of the hunters that you're with start to pick up this big tiger body, and 2 of them are basically just dragging it along back towards the path that you came. Yeah, and as you guys are doing that, let me get perception from each of you.
From the lizard folk, right?
Yeah, from the lizard folk still, as you guys are like dragging this thing back towards the path to the south. Alright, so Lizzie notices, as you guys are approaching the trail, you hear very, very heavy footsteps coming from the trail a little bit to your south, and you guys came from the north. You guys have been traveling south, and you hear footsteps farther south. And you do know, based on your hunting experience, that there is sort of a wider trail. It's not like an official road or anything, but it is traveled a little more often than the dense jungle that you're in right now. And you can actually, based on your prior experience, recognize that this is the sound of stone men. Far down to the south of you.
Attack them.
As you point them out, Nama gets a little bit closer so we can see what's going on. It's like those bastards. They're coming for the camp. We can't get rid of these people. They just keep pouring out of the volcano. We should cut them off before they get to camp.
Okay.
And they are continuing to walk north, and he tells everybody to hide, and you'll try to ambush them as they walk past. So let me get stealth checks from you guys. As you guys are getting into position, I believe all of you made it. Kagi snaps a branch, but it averages out pretty well. So yeah, these things continue to walk north as you guys are getting set up. And Nama, yeah, go ahead and go ahead and get your guys settled, or yeah, get set up wherever you want to be for this ambush.
Do you want to reveal?
Yeah, I can reveal more.
Elizabeth, I think it's just the edge of the path. I don't think you're gonna really be able to hide there.
Yeah, that's why I'm like asking for this chunk to be. Like we can all hit him right here. Look at this place. It's like everybody gets in there. We all can be nice and grouped up. When we attack, they'll be a little freaked out. A lot of trees. Beautiful. Or we can do that.
It's perfect. Alright, so yeah, you guys get your stealth round. Let's do initiative, and you guys will get one free round before they notice you.
Oh, there's the first crit, my first crit fail of the game. That's our entire D&D just thing.
I think I'm gonna cast Entangle.
Initiative first, but then yes, you definitely can. Alright, Mully, you've got first shot.
What do I do?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, entangle. I'm gonna push the button.
I will fuck you too then.
Oh wait, it was my too. I just didn't say it out loud. I don't know who has what. I don't know if we all have the identical things or not.
Yeah, since you guys are like from the same tribe, you would know that
I
Mulek
don't have.
and Covey are both basically shamans in training. They've got a little bit of basic magic. Lizzie is sort of a sneaky hunter type, and Kagi is sort of like a warrior type.
Oh, of course.
Let's see, what's the range on that?
I mean, I'm only
20
35.
foot. Okay, cool.
Oh, it's a 20-foot cube, yeah.
Yeah, so it definitely hits all of them. Alright, let's get some saves.
You can get some great savings as you're here at Amazing.
Alright, so one of them is immediately ensnared, but the rest manage to break themselves free.
I mean, feel free to start layering these vines on them. It's gonna help.
Break me out of vines.
Alright,
Break me out of vines.
calm down, Smurk. Come on, keep it together. Alright, Ammon, you are up.
Hey, it's my spell. Let me center it.
All right, that is a hit, and you do some solid damage.
What? Oh, that one got entangled. Yeah. Stop fucking with
All right, anyone else or anything else, Eamon? Okay, cool. Kobe.
Finally, gosh. I guess I'll try to cast Entangle too, just to help out there.
Another bout of
And
saves.
and the point I entangle has to be within 30 feet and not.
No, it has to be within 90 feet. That's what
Is
it
it
says
90
on.
feet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Alright, I
Yeah,
guess
and
I'll
only.
do.
Yeah, you can basically layer right on top of it.
All right.
And
Alright, I'll entangle.
Okay. So 2 more of them are ensnared. Lizzie.
Alrighty. I'm gonna do the complete opposite of being a sneaky lizard, and I'm just gonna run towards this front one and just jump on its face.
All right, I like it.
This is
I'm
not a strip club.
Lizzie, just to remind you, if
I
you
don't
have
think lizards care.
if you have advantage on the attack roll, you get to sneak attack. So
Yeah, you will get advantage
and
on
you'll
this.
have advantage on all the other 3. So just a little note.
Okay, so yeah, that is a 17 and an 18. Or wait, do you have multi-attack or is it just one?
It said
We have
multi-attack.
multi-attack.
Okay, perfect. Well, that is 2 hits for minimum damage, which is sort of a bummer, but they were
I just,
really
like,
nice
jump
looking.
on his shoulders and I'm like biting in his face. Badly, but it's like stone.
You just hit his
so it's
nose.
like-
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, resistance, you can't drop it to 0, right? Like, it's always a minimum of 1?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So yeah, you start to bite on this thing, and you're doing as much as you can, but you feel like you are getting absolutely nothing done on this guy. And then Nama is going to run up here. That's 30. And he's going to throw a javelin, I believe. Because he can't quite reach. So yeah, he's going to basically toss it at this one that's entangled right here. It hits and bounces off of his thick stone skin. And that makes it Kagi's turn.
Charge, motherfucker.
Oh wait, I have no ranged attacks. How could this happen to me?
I think you might have a javelin, right?
Yeah, but I already used it.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Oh wait, I would have picked it back up.
Yes, you would have ripped it out of the tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just go for the.
Go for this one.
Which one?
No, back off. He's mine.
He's not restrained. We're
In fact,
not.
do I have advantage on the ones that are stuck?
Yes.
You have advantage on all of them right now because it's still the stealth round.
Okay. I'll go for the one that's.
Wait, then why didn't
I'll just
Lizzie?
go for the one closest to Namaquakes or whatever.
Then why didn't Lizzie's attacks get sneak attack?
Because she's not a rogue.
Oh, she's not actually a rogue.
Yeah, she's not like mechanically a rogue. Okay, so as you throw the javelin, you hit it like square in the chest, but it like glances off to the side, off of its like stony skin. Alright, and we are now in normal combat. Mully.
I'm gonna admit I didn't look this all over quite, but this looks fun. Also, every time I open this goddamn character sheet, it breaks for like a minute.
That's weird. Alright,
I'm gonna do the thing.
you are a
And then I'm
crocodile.
gonna do the thing. No.
Alright, which one are you doing it on?
Lizzie's.
Okay, yeah, you grab it by the leg, and it takes a lot of force, but you're a gator, and you manage to chomp down through it, and it kind of crunches. It's very satisfying. It's, hard shell on the outside, soft on the inside.
Like rock candy.
And then
Ayo.
I do the thrash thing.
Okay,
I
yep.
do the thrash
So let's see. They need to do yeah, they're just grappled. Okay, cool.
No, well, they have to make a save against it, and then they get restrained if they fail. So.
So he is able to shake it off. Okay, so now that they have been thoroughly ambushed, the 3 that are stuck are all going to try to break free.
One success.
1 success. That was the middle one. And he
Cool.
is going to run over to Nama and basically tries to smash Nama's head between his fists.
I thought they had to spend their action to do that.
They certainly do.
Shut up.
So you're right. So he just runs up. Which is
Not very
fortunate for Nama, because that looks like it was going to hurt. Alright, the one that is already free is going to try to do that to the crocodile that just bit his leg. So here's this.
Fair enough.
Alright, I believe those are both hits for 21.
Likely, I have no idea what the fuck these.
Yeah, 13 is your AC.
Yeah, it's definitely hit.
I mean, I said likely for a reason. Also, I don't know the crocodile stat.
I'm not entirely sure. Do you gain the crocodile stats? I know you gain its shape and size.
I don't know. It's your.
Who knows? Who knows, man? Okay, I'll look that up I'll look
You
that up
should,
in just a
if
second.
it's like the wild shape then.
Yeah, the word that they use is polymorph, so it would use whatever action, like it would work the same as a polymorph.
Okay.
Then yeah, he gets literally every stat, including intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Transfer to. Last resolution. Hit points of its new forms when it versus.
85. Yeah, you definitely have 85 health at this point.
Oh, so I start out with 85 health?
Yeah, apparently the crocodile is 85 health.
God damn.
Jesus.
I just realized something we could do back when we were normal characters. So we have a druid that turns into a huge wolf. We could have a wolf person riding a wolf person casting magic. That'd be
Actually,
fucking awesome.
I do need to double check. Do you become a giant crocodile or a crocodile?
I don't know.
Probably a regular.
Probably a
crocodile.
let me double check. It should be on your sheet. Yeah.
I don't. You keep asking me questions like I've had a chance to.
You mean you haven't
properly
memorized this
understand.
character you took control of like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah. It's got a.
Oh, it's a regular crocodile. Okay.
Fucking scrub.
Yeah. In that case, health is 19. So I assume you would revert back to your normal shaman form at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So about this point in time, those of you who are familiar with this tribe, which would be all of the lizard folk here, but not Ammon, are aware that these stone men are tough motherfuckers, and honestly, you're not sure if this fight is winnable. But you are sort of like required to try to defend your tribe, so you're gonna go all out.
So they are stone and not metal.
They are stone specifically, yes. They have like thick, rocky skin.
And their joints are weak.
Can we tell after? So the soft inside, is that also stone?
It appears to be like sort of a weird, gravelly, silty, sandy material. Alright, Ammon said he was just gonna fire off a couple more of those bolts. Okay, one of them hits for some really solid damage on that front one. And actually, I believe... he's close. He's close. Okay, Covey. This front one is looking real beat up. He's not looking happy.
I guess I'll move closer and then cast Produce Flame. If the thing isn't gonna fucking auto scroll down when I try to click on Produce Flame.
Is it freezing up on you too?
No, it just like when I clicked on it, it's just like I'm gonna go down to the bottom of the page.
All right. So you sort of realize, like, you try to cast out of instinct because this is what shamans do in combat, but you're still sort of a young shaman in training, and you haven't really realized that these stone men are entirely impervious to fire. And you actually get like a dirty look from Nama. He's like, "You're training. Remember, you're training." But you also fumble, so I need a 1d6.
And then your hands explode.
All right. I need a charisma saving throw.
How does this work?
Okay, so you are really embarrassed and a little bit enraged that you've forgotten this. And you basically go on tilt, and you have to spend your next turn like chasing down that target and trying to, not necessarily moving towards it, but you have to attack it. You have to do everything in your power to attack that same target next turn, even if it puts you in a dangerous situation. All right, Lizzie.
Okay. In my little lizard folk brain, I'm like really pissed off because everybody keeps trying to take my kill. So I just like snarl at everybody else on my team, like, fuck off! He's mine, and I'm gonna just like keep trying to chew on it
It's not.
for all the good it'll do, because I'm so weak.
Okay. You do actually manage to bite like the same spot of the leg that the croc was just on, and you do some non-negligible damage. You can tell that this thing is limping along. It's not feeling too good.
I'll show you my huge lizard. There.
Nama is going to attack the one next to him. He doesn't dare risk moving away. Plus, he's up close now. And I believe, yeah, it's just the one. Okay, so yeah, he smacks into it, and like a little chunk of stone goes flying off of this thing's chest, but it's still looking pretty capable. And
But-
it's Kagi's turn. Yeah, what's up?
You gave the shaman guy spell slots, but you didn't specify what level spells that these are, like produce flame and
I believe all of them are cantrips except the two at the bottom. Like one is a level 1 spell and one is a level 2 spell.
Yeah, the other everything that isn't heat metal or entangle is a cantrip.
that's helpful.
My turn.
Yep.
Okay, as has been standard for years. Oops. And I will use my Spike's shield to attack him, I guess.
All right.
And I can do that twice, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I have multi-attack.
Cool.
Can I just use that? Both of those rolls?
Where's the second one?
Your multi-attack, it does say it have to be 2 attacks with different weapons. So it's one with your shield and then one with either the bite or the club.
The club.
All right. So yeah, you basically, even actually with advantage, the shield does work. So you pile into this thing with the spike shield, and one of the spikes catches it like right under the neck and pierces into it, and it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does at least cut through the stony skin. And then you try to follow up with the club, but he just swings his fist out and stops it right where you swing. And Mully.
Are you supposed to be on top of that one?
Which one am I on top of?
Wasn't there a stone man there?
Nope, just the 4.
Wait, where's the fourth one?
Stabbing Nama?
There's the one next to Nama, the one next to me, the one in the corner.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you're Muley, right?
Yes.
Aren't you on one of them right now?
No,
No.
he's between 2 of them.
But where? I don't understand. Yeah, see, he's on one of them.
No, I'm
He was on one
not.
of. You were. I saw that.
It might have been glitched on his client or something.
Yeah, I know one time when I was doing my one shot, apparently like I somehow appeared in a whole different square than I was
Okay.
that caused some confusion. So I don't know. Sometimes my client is
That's what
fucking up.
happened.
All right, you're up, Millie.
Anyways, I'm still trying to figure out what all the shit is. I'm guessing. Please stop. So, I'm guessing I can only do that that polymorph thing once a turn, or once a game, or
Yeah, we'll call it
more.
long rest.
Yeah. Okay. So, no more of that bullshit. Whippy whippy.
The one close to you, or like the one that Lizzie's working
Yes,
on?
the one. Yes, the one close to me, aka
That one. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you grab this thing right around the neck and tighten and tighten, and it all feels very familiar, sort of like what happened to that cub a few minutes ago. And basically, it pops his head clean off, and this gravelly silt starts to pour out of its body as it falls limp.
Remember, Elizabeth or Lizzie, we're not actually like feral savages. We're just savages. So like, there is a concept of working together.
What? No. Come on. Alright, seeing this.
Sorry, I just my cat was crying, and I just got back and was like, just heard that last sentence.
We're savages, not feral savages. So we do have a concept of working together.
You didn't miss anything, don't worry.
Fair enough.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Okay, the two that are restrained are going to try to break free. Okay, so that one does manage to get out, but he's already used his action to do so, but he is going to try to step out of these vines. The other one is still restrained, can't do much. The last one is going to... Actually, as the last one sees his friend falling down there, he looks at Nama, and he takes a step back, but not, like, out of range, just flavor. And he slams his palms together, and as he does so, there is this awful ringing noise that resonates through all of your heads. And I will need con saves from all of you except Ammon, I believe. Yeah, Ammon is safe here.
Where are my saving throws? Oh, there they are.
Oh boy.
We're missing one.
Kagi.
Rip.
What? Sorry.
Constitution saving throw.
Why?
Do it!
Being shockwave.
There's a shockwave. Okay, so Kagi, you take 4 thunder damage. Everybody else takes 8 damage, and these, like the sound wave, seems to just wreck straight through your brain, and you can't like function properly until the end of your next turn. And mechanically, you will have disadvantage on all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks until the end of your next turn. Ammon, you saw this, and you can tell that like all of your lizard folk buddies are getting a little overwhelmed, but you still might be able to salvage this. And you heard the noise, but were unaffected. It was far enough away that it didn't get to you.
Grateful for that, at least.
Don't these guys have to make a save too?
They do not, actually. They are not organic.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Well, I'm targeting the one that just did that, because screw that.
Mm-hmm.
15.
So you pile your Eldritch Blast straight into its chest, and it like gets knocked back a little bit, but it seems totally unfazed. Like you hit just a particularly well-plated part of its armor.
Alright, I'm very happy to stay on top of Soul Bluff here, because this means I'm safe from that, so that's cool.
Yep.
And I can't really help him out that much, so
Mm-hmm.
good luck.
All right, Kobe.
Oh, by the way, Feck, the HP for the sheets is not connected to my token. For this section.
Yeah, they're kind of just throwaway characters, so we'll do your
at
help.
this. Oh, then it's like my token has like 11 more health than the.
Then just click on your token and subtract 11 health from
Oh yeah, that is, yeah, you definitely should not have that much health.
After that damage, I'm at like 8.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll just throw it 8.
Oh yeah, we took
Um,
8 damage.
Yep.
We
All of
updated
you
that.
filthy peasants take 8 damage.
Well, I suppose since that thing is dead and I don't have to attack it, I will use my other level 1 spell slot and try to entangle the one attacking Nama.
Alright.
So what's that?
Yeah, so like a little bit of vinage grabs him right around the ankle, but he just yanks his foot free. And that one is now super entangled.
Ah,
Ah. Alright, Lizzie.
Well, very disappointed and also kind of stunned from that shockwave. I'm gonna like stagger over on all fours towards that guy, and then just like start chewing on his leg like a rabid chihuahua.
Alright, so advantage, disadvantage cancel out. You got normal rolls. So yeah, you're chewing on his foot, and you don't really know if you're getting anywhere with it, but it certainly doesn't feel like it.
I'm just kind of like drooling all over his leg.
Just slowly eroding the stone with your saliva.
Alright,
I'll
so
get him eventually.
Nama is like holding his head and trying to get that sound out of his head, but he staggers over this way and tries to take a swing at that guy. Fails miserably on all counts.
He doesn't. Oh yeah, he's not stuck. He's not grappled
Yeah.
or whatever.
Alright, Kagi, you were not affected by the sonic wave, so you still have normal attacks.
Yep. I'm still gonna go for the entangled one though.
Yep, that's wise. Advantage.
Same last time I shall go for shield and heavy. Damn it.
they both might hit.
They both do hit, but they seem to glance off of his rocky skin. These things are
Yeah.
tough little bitches.
16 AC, right?
Maybe. Possibly. It's at least 16.
Yeah.
Alright, Mully.
I know that 16's one of the. No.
Alright, that is a miss.
Oh, what if he goes? Yeah, he's going for that one.
Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because it was disadvantage either way, because you have the sonic waves thing. Yep. Alright, let's see. The one that is restrained will try to break free. Fails miserably.
He's not having a good time.
He is not. The one next to Mully
I
is
think this
going for
rock guy
Mully.
is secretly into bondage.
Possibly.
Covey, you have to move up to the person you're punching. Oh wait, no.
He's a shamani dude.
Wait, where did Kagi though?
Where did Kagi go?
Oh, God damn it! Why does this always happen to me somehow?
It is always your token. I'll pull one out in just a second. Hang on. Alright, so the one next to Mully
Yeah,
is
so
going to try to
phenomenal.
smash your head. Second one is a miss. First one is a hit for 10 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And the one by Nama is going to do the same. Same deal. Actually, a crit fail. Nice.
That attack was on Cogni.
That was on Nama. So Nama...
I mean, the first one.
No, that was me.
Mully, yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Not me.
Yeah, and actually, Nama is able to take advantage of the miss and get a free retaliation attack after he takes some damage. bounces right off of his skin. And that makes it Amon's turn.
Well, you know what you should do. Starting that same one.
Damn.
That is a hit. And that is a very solid hit. Eldritch Blast is fire?
Force.
Force. Okay, good. So yeah, you hit this thing and hits it square in the chest, and this time there's a big crack that ripples down its chest, and you can tell that you've done some serious pain to this thing. And actually, Nama looks back and is like, "Whoa, you're gonna have to teach us how you did that."
Wait, he didn't see it until now? I've been doing this whole time.
He's seen it, but I believe that was the first one that did you land it?
Had a big.
Had like a-
I destroyed part of the tiger with that, and I think my first 2 of these actually hit this combat.
That's true, actually. Yeah, so he's
Stable
very
people.
impressed. They've always had trouble killing these things, so the fact that you were able to hit him squarely and do that much damage with seemingly little effort, he's very impressed with all of that. All right, Kobe.
That's good at least.
Alright, well. Am I still attacking at a disadvantage?
No, the ringing in your ears has stopped.
Alright. I guess I'll go BDSM on things. Probably still on the one attacking Nama.
All right.
I want to make sure I'm in range though. Just a sec. Okay.
You are within 90 feet.
No, I'm not. I don't have another entangle. On your shit.
Oh, BDS. Oh.
But
Whips.
whip.
Yes, I thought you were wrapping them up and stuff. Okay, I was on bondage, not sadism.
You grab it by the ankle and yank back, but it doesn't even make him budge. He seems completely unfazed by it.
Confirmed their AC is at least 17.
All right, Lizzie.
More rabid dog tactics.
Do you have anything other than gnawing?
Fuck no.
She can probably mark
I
the
actually
territory.
don't think Lizzie does. I probably should have buffed Lizzie a little. All right, so try as you might.
Cool.
You
I mean,
hit-
I have poison darts, but that's not going to do anything against a stone giant.
That seems probably accurate. All right, Nama is going to swing at the one that is restrained because advantage. The first one is absolutely a hit. And what's he at? Okay, he's doing all right. Second one.
Somehow.
This time it is the stone man that gets a free attack. So just the first one of these.
Wait, which one?
The one to the south.
Wait, I thought. Why does he get the attack if she was attacking the restrained one?
On a dex fail, for like a crit fail with a dex save, you basically trip up and any one adjacent thing can attack you.
Oh, any one thing. I thought the thing
Yeah.
you were attacking.
Or if it's the players, all adjacent players.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. I thought it was like the thing that was being attacked gets its reaction, at which case
Gotcha,
it would
yeah.
get disadvantage.
Yep. All right, Mully.
Ow. Asshole. Damn it, stop freezing. Yeah, seriously, this character sheet keeps freezing on me, so I'm sorry I'm being slow. That hit? No. No, it didn't. Oh well. Next victim.
That's a miss. All right, let's see. The one who's restrained is just struggling, trying to get out of that. He really wants out of these. And finally, he does break free, but he can't do anything else yet on this turn. Let's see. The one over by Mully, though, is going to run over here and try to smack Lizzie, who was, already having a rough day.
Wow, what a dick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, eat it, bitch.
Makes a
Damn.
save. Second one, I believe, is a hit for, Jesus, 13 bludgeoning.
It's not. I think I have 15 AC.
Oh, nice. You totally do. Okay, yeah. You dodge it as he comes barreling towards you.
Rabid dog jump to the side and
Mhm.
snarl at him.
Let's see, and then this last one is going to step out of these vines and go for Nama. Wow, okay, so
And then he gets sent flying to the moon.
he basically smashes Nama's head between his fists, and you just see blood splatter everywhere, and what remains of Nama's body, drops limp.
Jesus.
He's dead?
I mean, as far as you can tell, that was pretty brutal. That was, I mean, mechanically you could try to revive him, but his head is very bent in. His skull is, like, very caved in right now.
Which one is him? Let's see how far away I'm from. That's a bit far for me, but I can get there next in 2 turns.
So yeah, you could possibly treat him, but that looked like it hurt a lot.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, Ammon, it is your turn.
Well, fuck that guy. Or not.
Yeah, he's keen to your tricks this time, and he is able to basically deflect it with his fist. It bounces right off at an angle.
I'm moving up now because I gotta get there and do my usual life-saving stuff.
All right, Kobe.
Oh boy. This fight's going great. I guess I'll do more BDSM.
That is a hit. And let's see, oh, it is magical too. That's good. Okay, that works in your favor. Which one was that?
The one that just killed Emma.
All right. Yeah, he's not looking too hot. He's looking pretty beat up. He's got a giant crack running down his chest, and you basically grabbed him by the thigh and tore at part of his leg. There's that weird silty gravel stuff pouring out of a hole in his leg. All right, Lizzie.
Okay, can I like try and parkour my way up onto this thing's back? Like just crawl up the back of him?
Sure.
Which one is like a grapple?
The
I
one
don't think I can hold him in place, but I want to like climb up on top of him because I assume he's at least a couple feet bigger than me.
Oh yeah, he's a pretty big dude. These things range probably somewhere between 7 and 9 feet tall.
Oh yeah. And I do you have to like do acrobatics or something for that? Or
Which one are you trying to climb on top of? That one? Okay.
That one.
Left one. Okay, cool. Are you trying to do anything crazy once you're up there, or are you just like trying to piggyback him?
I'm gonna try and piggyback him, and then I'm just gonna start like biting on his head,
Okay, yeah.
like scratching at him violently.
Yeah, go ahead and give me acrobatics. Yeah, you're able to climb up pretty nimbly. He's going to take a swing, but with that acrobatics, he will have disadvantage on the first roll. Okay, so yeah, the one behind you tries to like grab at you as you're doing it, but you were able to slink away from him pretty easily, and you are now piggybacking the one on the left. Oh yeah, that is a solid hit. The first one, second one not so much. You know the drill, 1d6.
I don't think I actually know this drill yet. I don't think I've had to experience it.
Con save. Okay, as you are doing this miraculous feat of acrobatics, though, you pull an ankle muscle, and will have disadvantage on your attacks until the end of your next turn.
All right, I'm just continuing to just violently like bash at the back of his head, like it's clearly not doing anything.
Actually, you feel like you got some solid work done with that last one. Alright, Nama's death saving throw. Well, I mean... Okay. Alright. So...
Yeah, I'll be right there.
he was looking bad before. He's looking real bad. Alright, Mully.
No, it's my turn. Remember,
Oh,
my
yeah.
token got deleted as
Yep,
usual.
you're absolutely correct. Go ahead.
So which one of the Rockmen is looking the most beat up?
The one to the far south is looking pretty pretty beat up right now. And actually, the
One
one in the
next to
middle
Nana.
is pretty close. The one on the far right is looking the best. So the two on the left are looking pretty beat up. The one on the right is looking good.
Yeah, so I'll go for the one in between me and Lizzie then.
All right.
And you really couldn't give me any warrior abilities?
You're a lizard folk, man.
Damn it.
Yeah, bounces straight off of his stony skin. But that one is definitely a hit. Let's see. Yeah, you catch him right in the chest, and it goes all the way through, and this silt starts to pour out all over, and he basically puts a hand over his chest, and looks like he is in a tremendous amount of pain, but does not go down just yet. Alright, now it's Mully.
Money! Where is it Pokemon?
Hello? Is anybody there?
Look, this character sheet freezes up on me, and I keep minimizing it so I can pay attention to what the fuck's going on.
That is a hit. Which one?
The one that's about to die.
Okay, yeah, you grab it right around the neck, and this is your shtick, man. This thorn whip strangulation thing. You pull it closer to you, and his head just pops off, and just like the body right next to him, he starts to just leak out this silty stuff as he collapses to the ground.
No, not there. That's dumb. There.
Oh, okay.
I want to throw the dead body into him.
All right, and Lizzie, you do like nimbly get out of the way of this thorn whip as it rushes past you.
Okay. I continue to chew on the dead body.
Perfect. Okay, so let's see. Seeing that he's in a tremendous amount of trouble, this one has not already done it. This one is actually no, that would be disadvantage. Yeah, I think he just has to try to beat Lizzie with his fists. That is some solid damage.
Pulpy lizard.
Alright,
Rip.
Lizzie goes down.
But not like Nama Creep.
The other one... Yeah, the other one actually is going to rush over to Ammon, since he knows that this is where those Eldritch Blasts are coming from. And he is going to punch away.
Both.
Alright, you are able to nimbly dodge out of the way of this big thing hurtling towards you. And it is now your turn.
No, I said both hit.
Oh, both hit?
Oh.
Whoa, your AC is that... Oh, boy.
Yeah, why do you think I want that feat?
Okay, yeah,
I told you my AC is that shitty.
that definitely makes sense. Okay, that shield is going to come in handy, for sure. Alright, so yeah, 16 bludgeoning damage, and it is your turn.
Do you not have any dex? Or like a dex
I'm
or
a spellcaster, man. I've got no armor.
Squishy, squishy.
Warlocks can have armor.
Well, I know what I'm doing. It's not tactically a good idea, but I'm doing it. I'm going to Nama and Spare the Dying on him. I'll take a hit for doing so, but that's what I'm doing.
Alright, yep, one swing, take the top here.
God, this is where we lose Ammon.
That's a mess.
That is a miss, fortunately. Alright, so
Spare
you
the
run over, spare the dying, and yeah, he coughs up a little bit of blood, and you can see, like, the indented part of his skull sort of form its natural shape a little bit, and he's still looking super beat up, but he's not in immediate risk of dying.
That's what you're.
Alright, Kobe.
Alright, just gonna continue the trend of BDSM here.
Alright.
On the one that is... Well, that doesn't matter. Anyways.
1d6.
You flaccid whip.
I think there have been like 10 crit fails this battle.
It's been pretty bad.
Alright, that is a int saving throw.
It's a miracle I'm not dead yet.
Monty Python joke.
So as you're trying to whip this, he basically grabs it and yanks the thorn whip towards himself, and you're not pulled towards him, but you do lose grip of your spellcasting focus, and it falls to the ground like right in front of him, right over here. So you will have to like go pick it up before you cast any more spells.
Oh boy.
And that makes it Lizzie's turn. Death saving throw. That is one fail. Name a stable. Kagi, you're up.
So the one on those going for Covey is the weakest, right?
Yeah, the one on the Covey is looking pretty beat up. He doesn't have a lot of fight left in him.
The standard war cry. And do you want a D6, I'm assuming?
Yep. Boy, we're setting some
Oh,
records.
goody!
Yeah, fortunately that is a strength saving throw. Unfortunately, that is a failed strength saving throw. And I forget what this one does. Let me go check. Let's see.
My arm goes flying.
Oh, no, not your arm, but your weapon does go flying. Let's see. It goes flying 10 feet behind you, so it's back over by Covey.
How does that even work?
Basically, as you were trying to shield bash this thing, it grabbed one of the spikes and threw it off over towards Covey in this direction. So your shield is now over here. And that also means your AC is lowered by 2 until you go pick it up. Let's see, Mully.
Well, did he take the damage from the heavy club?
He did take the damage from the heavy club, and he's looking real nasty.
It's not gonna do anything. Yay.
Nope, that's a miss. Okay, the one next to Kagi, seeing that his opponent is somewhat undefended, is going to punch.
Boo-hoo, I get past both.
Yeah, even without your shield, you're able to dodge out of the way of both of those. Let's see if Muley will be that lucky.
Of course not.
Oof.
Second one is a hit for 11, and I believe Muley goes down. Alright, Ammon, you have stabilized Nama, but in the process, 2 of the other hunters have gone down, and Covey is not looking too hot. The only one here who still looks pretty good is Kagi.
And there's 2 of these stone guys left. They both look how durable?
The one to your left looks like he is not doing too well. He looks like he could go down pretty quick. The one to the right that has taken out Mully and Lizzie is still looking great.
Well, do I know of these things and their resistance to, say, cold damage?
Give me an unskilled int check.
Subtract 2 from, so 9.
You're really not entirely sure. You can tell that these things are resistant to fire and probably poison based on the fact that they don't have a biological anatomy, but you can't really tell just at a quick glance how they would react to cold damage.
Okay. Well,
Just do it!
I need to not die here, and this is probably my safest bet, so I'm gonna armor back at this myself.
Alright.
That's my action. I would shoot him, but unfortunately it's a ranged attack, and that'd be disadvantage at this close range, so... Actually, I do have range that guy.
Yeah.
I thought it was someone else.
Nope, you're good.
Then I will shoot him then.
Alright, fire away. You're doing the one on the left or the one on the right?
The one that looks weaker.
Okay, one on the left looks weaker.
No, go for the one that looks stronger.
Nope,
Well-
he's gonna do what he wants. Okay, you know the drill. 1d6. We are setting some records today.
No, we aren't.
This is like Scrick levels of crit fail.
I was just gonna say.
Like, I think,
This is where Ammon dies, and like the rest of you play without him.
There are more
fortunately,
crit failures happening here than at Chernobyl.
that is an int saving throw. You're looking for a, I believe it's a
Ammon is
15?
Oh wait, yeah, he is. Never mind. I forgot.
Yeah, 15. And you do make it. All right, so you can feel like you almost lose grip of your spellcasting focus, but you keep it together and you don't drop it.
That's good, at least.
All right, Kobe, your spellcasting focus has been dropped right in front of the stone man next to you, who's looking pretty weak. But without a spellcasting focus, you're not sure how you're going to deal with that.
Hello, Akbar!
Tooth and claw.
Akbar! Akbar!
Tooth and claw. Tooth and claw.
Tooth and nail. First one, you like try to take a swing at it, and even as damaged as this one is looking, it just like scrapes across the rocky surface of his skin. But then when you go in for the bite, you get him right at the jugular and just rip out a chunk.
Yeah, you mixed.
You got it backwards.
You're right. I got him
You
backwards.
can do the flavor however you want. It's the
Yeah,
same.
it's just flavor. So yeah, you basically tear out a chunk of his neck, and this gravelly silt goes everywhere. And he's still standing, but he is like visibly dizzy. He like you look at you. He looks like he would fall over if you breathed on him the wrong way.
I'd like to breathe on him the wrong way.
Okay, Lizzie, save number 2.
Yeah, you've been in
Okay,
Constitution
before that,
after
I'd like
breed.
to point out that the spellcaster's bite had a +2, and I had a +0.
Wait, really?
Yes, I had a flat d6 for
Hold on.
damage,
Wow,
and only a bite.
wow.
It was so gimped.
That is pretty gimped. Did I really? That probably should have been +3. Yeah, that should be based on dex, not strength. But oh well.
One save.
Okay, so you're 1-1.
So you're saying biting doesn't involve muscles?
All right, Kagi, you have dropped your shield behind you. You still have your bite and your mace, and the stone man in front of you looks like he could, just die at any second. That does it. So yeah, you swing into this thing, and just bits of stone go flying across the trees behind him, and he slumps. What's left of his body slumps to the ground. And that means there is
Can I
one
go
behind
pick
you.
up my shield?
And yeah, you can definitely go back and pick up your shield, and actually you still have 20 feet of movement if you want.
Oh, and I get to attack with shield then.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can do multi-attack against 2 different things, sure.
Dang.
Okay, so yeah, it's a little hectic to do all at once, but you do pick up your shield and you try to attack this, but it glances off of his stony skin. And this one is looking like furious and also in good condition. All right, Mully saving throw.
-3.
Shh. Also, goddamn freezing. Where's the save throw button, Lizzie?
Just do a flat d20. That's what I did.
Oh, there's no saving throw button. Lame.
Yeah, you don't normally do saving throws for like creatures and stuff, but that is a fail. All right, this last one. What is he gonna do? Yeah, he's gonna try to get Kagi out of the way.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, 1 for 13.
And that's a crit.
Well, it's max damage. It's not a crit.
Damage is max damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, just 13 bludgeoning damage, and then it's Aeon's turn.
Okay, so Lizzie's right there. Probably wants to just fucking kill this guy, but not having casualties today.
Just kill it. Lizzie tried hard, but, he's probably like 12 years old. And it's okay.
It makes it more tragic, man. What are you talking about?
It's not like he had a family or anything. It's just orphan.
Some of my spells. I can't do much for spells against this guy right now because I was waiting till we got civilization to switch that shit out, but haven't had that yet. So, okay. She looks a little better. I'm actually gonna scroll D2 and just decide with that. I go save Liz.
All right.
Spirit of dying Liz.
All right, Lizzie. You feel nothing, but somewhere deep in your soul, you can tell that you're not dead yet. Covey. So you are able to retrieve your spellcasting focus now that your opponent is dead. There's still one stone man behind you who looks furious and also in good shape.
More BDSM.
Okay.
Since none of my spells are going to do anything that I have.
Yeah, I think the only thing you have left is the crocodile polymorph.
Yeah, I
You're saying
don't
it,
want
like-
none.
You're saying the extra HP wouldn't be useful, dude?
Well, up until the point where like I can get up to him and like not have everyone in the way, taking up the
There's a cor-
spaces.
But that one's a corpse, though.
Yeah, you definitely, if you go croc, you would have an angle of attack here.
Okay, I suppose I'll just go croc.
All right.
And that takes up an action, doesn't it?
That
Or is it a bonus
does take
Not-
your action. I believe I'll double check, but I believe that's your action.
Wait, I remember Muley turned into a crocodile, but then he didn't attack.
I
Is
have
this
no
a
idea
druid
what
thing?
the fuck I'm doing.
The Blizzard magic. Yes, that is a normal action.
Yeah. All right.
Did I let Mulek do an attack immediately
You
after
did.
transforming?
You
Yeah.
did. You let the druid who's used to bonus.
Yeah, you're used to
action
doing it
and-
as a wild shape. Yeah, okay, we'll call it a bonus action. So that's a bonus action to shift. So you can use your main action to attack.
So I can gator chomp.
You can gator chomp.
Gator.
Unfortunately,
Gator
it doesn't do a whole lot. You try to grab him by the fist, and he like shakes your jaw free. Lizzie, you're stable. Nama, stable. Kagi,
What's my health at in gator form?
19.
I was really hoping for things to go better than the way they're currently turning out.
Weren't
I
we
guess
all?
somebody went and spared the dying instead of, killing the killers.
That is what his character would do. Don't, like, this is what we talked about.
I'm just venting. I'm not trying to go after him about it. So, I'll just double attack, I guess. Of course, that's misses. Oh, there it goes.
That does hit. You're able to pierce through. Draw a little bit of, well, not blood, but whatever these things have.
Blood.
Silt blood. Mully, death saving throw.
Oh.
And then he
Oh.
explodes.
One fail. Alright, Eamon.
Well, this time I have to go through that guy to get to him. So this time I am gonna shoot him.
Alright. That is a solid hit. You hit this thing square in the side, and he flinches over and grabs it aside as you just pour into him with this magical force.
I'm not trying to ready a bonus action, but if he's looking nasty at me, I want a misty step and like just disappear from view.
Beck, I hate to point this out, but you never gave the snowman his turn.
What? No, I totally did. He punched something, didn't he? I think he punched
No.
something. Oh well. Let's see. Misty Step as a bonus action?
It's a bonus action. Yes.
Awesome.
I'm just saying. I basically want if he's
Yeah,
coming
he
towards
did.
me as pissy as he is, I want to like say bye. And
Yeah.
show him on the opposite side of Mool.
Oh yeah, you've definitely caught his attention at this point. Let me. He would draw opportunity attacks. Let me see what he thinks.
And I'm pretty sure that Smirk's right, because one of the tokens you deleted was the Stone Man turn.
Oh, yep, you're totally right. I will throw one on there. When was their turn order? Do you remember?
They were 10.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they were just beforehand.
I gotcha. Okay, we'll do that. We'll just do that after Ammon's turn is done. So give me an insight roll. Ammon.
Yep.
Okay, so these things have faces, but they're a lot harder to read than human faces, or certainly lizard folk faces. But you do detect from his body language that you have drawn his attention, and he is angry at you and will probably be coming towards you.
What? That's the sound of the bee. Or what? That's the sound of the smirk. Is it supposed to be silent right now?
Yep.
I think Eamon is deciding if he wants to Misty Step.
I said if I could do it like as a way to like make him like waste something, I would. I mean, I'm not sure I can ready a bonus action to do a thing or not.
Gotcha. Yeah, you would definitely have to do it like immediately. I don't think you can ready a bonus action.
Okay, then yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, cool. So Misty steps away.
In fact, I just remember I came across this interesting rule somebody came up once. You're allowed to shout at people during their turn, but only 6 words.
No. Okay, so yeah, go and choose where you're going. Alright, cool. Let's see if he... There's definitely mist left where you teleport from. I don't think there's any, like, indication where you're going to, though.
Especially not looking that way.
Oh yeah, you appear to have lost him entirely. He's actually a little stunned. He's never seen that trick before. Alright, so, confused, he is going to turn back to Covey and try to do a half-hearted punch, and he is distracted by that whole teleportation thing, so he only gets the first punch here.
I'm pretty sure that's a miss.
That is hopefully a miss. Alright, Ammon just went, so now it is Covey's turn.
Covey.
Alright, well, I guess since I'm still a gator and didn't get punched full on in the face, I'm just gonna channel Lizzie and bite.
And they die from tearing muscles.
That would be a 1d6.
These aren't like Warhammer botches, dude. Calm your crazy.
It's just for fun, man.
I chip a tooth, right?
Let's see, int would be mishandling your weapon. Give me a 1d20 plus... What is
crocodile?
Crocodile, 1d20 minus 4. Let's see how this goes. You literally need a 19 or a 20. Okay, so yeah. You're not, since you're still a shaman in training, you're not too comfortable in your crocodile form yet, and you manage to rip out a whole bunch of your teeth, and you get the impression that any, like, bite-related attacks that you make with your gator form are gonna be -1 to attack rolls and damage, because you have damaged your mouth pretty thoroughly.
Well, good news is, I'm just gonna stay in my gator form for the health, because next turn I can just revert as a bonus action and attack.
Yeah. Alright, Lizzie is stable. Name is stable. Kagi, you're up.
I don't know why I decided to make that noise, but I have.
Seems to be a trend. Alright, you pile into him with your spiked shield and do some reasonable damage, but your follow-up with the club bounces off the side of his head.
That club can go fuck itself. It never works.
Alright, he's looking pretty beat up. He was much happier when he had a bunch of friends to help him out. And that makes it Mully's turn. Saving throw. It's 0-2, I believe.
No, it's 0-3.
Is it 0-3? Oh man, rest in peace, Mully. You will be missed. Alright, so seeing as... Smurg. Seeing as he's surrounded and has few other options, he is going to try doing this.
Shockwave.
So yeah, con saving throws from the three of you that are still up.
Shit.
Finally, something good.
Alright, so Kagi takes 9 damage. Covey takes
Take
4
I take
damage.
8 damage. I thought it was 8 damage.
It's 9 for this one. Alright, so
I'm down.
yeah, Kagi goes down. Covey takes 4 damage, Ammon takes 4 damage, and neither of you are hampered by the sound waves. And that makes it Ammon's turn.
Do I get the sense I might have an easier time hitting this guy, so he doesn't know where I am?
That's a good question. What was his perception roll? It was super, super low.
3.
Yeah, you feel like you might be able to get a sneak attack here.
Okay. Does it look like it's pretty hurt?
He's looking very hurt, yes.
Alright, let's go for it. Or not.
Yeah, even with the advantage of surprise, it kind of just deflects off of his hip.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna move because that's bad.
That seems wise. All right. Let's see, Kobe.
Alright, well. Either way, this is this is either gonna end with me dying or him dying, and it's probably gonna end with me dying. But I'm gonna revert, and that'll put me back at my health when I transformed, right?
Yep.
Alright, so I'll do that first. And then I'm gonna BDSM some more.
All right. This will be disadvantage since it's ranged, but it doesn't matter either way.
It's not disadvantage, it's a melee attack.
Is it?
Yeah.
It has a range
It
of
has
30
a
feet.
range,
Yeah, it's a melee attack with a
but
range
it's
of
a
30.
whip.
Okay.
It's a
Yeah, that
range-
makes sense. Yeah, I gotcha. Cool. Okay. So yeah, even without the disadvantage though, it basically smacks off the side of his chest and doesn't do any damage. Let's see. Lizzie is stable. Name is stable. Kagi, saving throw.
I'm actually not stable anymore.
Um,
Because of that shockwave.
Crystal resin.
are you deaf while
No.
incapacitated?
Nope.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, not stable, but it would reset, right?
Yes.
So you're 1-0 right now.
Does it reset? Okay.
Yep.
I thought I had to regain health first.
Yeah, in
I
that
got
case, I
one
should do
too.
Nama as well.
No, yeah, you're one success right now.
All right, and Nama's 1 fail.
So how are we marking this?
Blue is yes, red is no.
How are you guys able to do the...
If you hover over it and then
It's
hit
a
a number
ball
key.
thing.
Yeah,
Oh.
if you like hover over it and then click a number, it'll put stacks.
Oh, I was
Or-
just...
Or alternatively, you can click your character and click the circle thing next to the gear.
that. I know how to put that thing on. I didn't know how you were putting the numbers on.
Yeah, like with the numbers.
I've been counting up with yellow, orange, red or for bad, and then I was gonna use
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
blue, purple, green for good.
All right, Mully is Ripperoni. Stone Man is probably going to finish off Kobe here.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Well, 6 damage. Okay, Kobe,
Alright, so I'm at 2.
you're still standing. All right, Eamon, things are looking real rough. Everybody is beat up. It's you and one barely standing lizard folk. But on the bright side, the Stone Man is also looking pretty beat up.
Until that happens.
Oh, if only. Or you don't have advantage, do you?
I wish.
Yeah, that would be super nice. So yeah, flies right past his head, and you've definitely got his attention at this point. Covey, you're barely standing. What does he do?
Disengage.
Well, since these are just throwaway characters, I'm not gonna pussy out like a bitch.
Yeah, the lizard folk are pretty. I don't know if reckless is the right word, but they're
Hardcore.
brave folk. Yeah, they're hardcore. They know it's kill or be killed.
Shut it,
So
Flowey.
I'm guessing that if I went back to gator form, I would still have broken teeth.
And it's one of
This refresh.
yeah, it's one per long rest.
Alright, well, I guess I'll BDSM some more. 'Cause... Actually, hold on.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. I think since I'm already right up against him, and I don't have... I'd rather take the chance to do tooth and nail and have the chance to hit twice.
All right.
And that was lovely.
Unfortunately, you hit twice, but you just hit rocky flesh. Doesn't seem to do any meaningful damage. All right, Lizzie and Nama saves, and Kagi saves. Yeah, so Lizzie, Nama, and Kagi all need death saving throws.
Yes.
All right, and that makes it Mully's dead. That makes it the Stone Man's turn. The Stone Man sees that there's still a lizard folk next to him, but doesn't really care. He wants to go after the one who seems threatening. So he's going to try to push past, and you get one attack as he leaves.
That's pretty rude.
Alright, so just, can I do the thorn whip, or should I do, like, tooth and nail, or what?
It's your choice. Just pick either the tooth, the nail, or the thorn whip. And then you can obviously like roll tooth and nail and just take whichever one you picked. But you have to pick before you roll.
Alright, I guess I'll just do
Actually, I think it would have to be
I'll
tooth
do
and
the-
nail. You can't do a spell as a bonus or as a reaction.
I'll do the first. I'll do the first hit of tooth and nail.
All right, cool.
Fuck.
Yep, you try, but he just like brushes it off. And he's moved 10, 20, and 30, which puts him right here. All right, Ammon, you see this thing angrily stomping his way towards you.
Invisibility.
That seems wise. All right, you vanish in front of his eyes, and he looks stunned.
You got range, cuz. Head up.
All right, we're gonna just like fast forward through this. Covey, you are at range. It's you.
Hello, Akbar.
Let's see. Both miss. Saving throws from everybody. And Stone Man doesn't see Ammon anymore, so he turns and punches.
I think the second one hits because my AC's like I think.
Yeah. Second one does hit, and you go down. So Ammon, you are basically the sole survivor here, unless you are able to quickly finish this and provide some medical attention. It is your initiative.
Are you kidding me with these dice rolls? I don't dare touch that shit.
Alright, so what's your plan of action?
Sneak spare.
Return to the beach.
And then surprise Eldritch Blast.
Alright, dashing over to Nama.
And my next turn, I'll use the medicine check to stabilize him.
Alright, cool.
Did you spare the dying on?
So now that he's invisible,
Spare the dying.
yeah, to spell it would break his invisibility.
Oh. No, I thought you already used it on him earlier.
I did. Then he got hit again.
Yeah, you got hit by the sound wave. Okay, so what is, let's see, what will he do? What will he do? Okay, he stops right where he's at, and he basically smashes Covey's head in. So let's see how that goes. Plus dollar. Well, let's see. That would be a 16. So that hits, becomes a crit. So Covey immediately takes two fails. And it is back to you, Ammon.
So one more fail and I'm dead.
Yeah. Yeah, saving throws for everyone else. Yep.
Medicine check on.
Actually,
I'm stable.
Nama,
Oh, he gets up.
he gets up with 1 health point, and he looks around and he sees.
Like a freaking Terminator.
Let's see, what is his initiative? You would act before Nama acts.
Okay. I speak into his mind. Actually, I'll just whisper to him.
Sure.
Well, actually, he understands our voice probably, so I don't want the thing to overhear us.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna whisper into his mind and say, "We have to go now."
Alright, yeah, let's see, Nama, he wakes up, he looks around, he sees what's going on, and he sees that there's, like, a stone man smashing the head of his comrades. And he gets up and he starts to bolt back towards the camp, which is up towards the north.
And I follow with him.
Alright, yeah, the stone man, like, notices him running, but he can't keep pace with him, and he doesn't really want to run off into the jungle alone, because he's not particularly dexterous. So you guys are able to escape, and you make it back to the camp. Just you and Nama.
Wait, last two get.
And everybody else is dead.
No,
Congratulations.
they get to make their one more save.
Yeah, I
each
mean,
of 'em.
wouldn't make you save. If you get a 20, you could pop up and see what happens. Yeah.
Kagi's yeah. If you fail, you're probably just gonna get.
Yeah, he's gonna just ceremoniously walk from body to body and smash them in. Alright, let's see. So he's gonna do his one more attack.
NPTK.
Goodbye.
Wow, actually, he manages to, like, smash the same bit of your head that he just kicked in, and it doesn't do any additional damage. Oh, no, wait, he has advantage because you're down. Okay, yeah, so Covey's very dead, Mully's very dead. I believe Lizzie is very dead, right?
Lizzie is stable, actually.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Lizzie's stable.
I'm not stable. Oh wait, no wait. Yes, I am stable. Why did I make that saving throw?
If he doesn't kill me in an hour, I crawl away.
Let's see, what does he do?
Weeps about his fallen comrades and runs away a little bit.
1 hour later, Lizzie wakes up and he sees the mangled corpses of all of his comrades except for Nama. And, actually, hang on, there might be a worse fate befalling you. Hang on, let's see.
I'm a.
Because we are, like,
Oh,
in the
goody.
jungle.
Giant snake.
Yeah. You're eaten by tigers.
That's what I get.
Alright, so we will cut back to camp where the two survivors are catching their breath.
By that time, I guess invisibility is worn off, or I can just turn it off once we're safe.
Yep. Alright, so let's see. So Nema, who's looking very beat up, he basically hobbles over to the fire and calls over one of the shamans, who starts to patch him up as best as he can. And he looks at me and he's like, what happened out there?
Stone Men killed the others, and I was able to avoid his attention long enough to get over to you and help you out of there.
It all starts to slowly come back to him, and he's like, oh yes, I remember. We killed some of them, thanks to you, actually. You were incredible. Whatever you were doing was much more effective against these things than anything we've ever tried.
It's a gift from my own god.
We may have to learn more of your god at some point.
I'd rather you didn't. He's quite an accursed being.
Very well. Well, unfortunately, even with the ones we took down, they'll be back soon enough. They always are.
You can't keep doing this.
What other choice do we have? They come for us.
Exactly. They're coming for you, and if you simply choose to have sacrifices whenever you find them, you're no better than those Sethrak fools in the city. You need to go out there and take what's yours. And you can't simply assume that Mershulk will provide for you. You have to think for yourselves and change your ways.
Alright, give me a persuasion roll. With advantage, you've saved this guy's life like twice.
I'm mostly in a trend of the...
Alright. He looks at you and is reluctant, but he does nod. He's like, what's left of my tribe? We'll consider other options.
I'm not asking you to change everything, just... Look, I've known what happens when you put your faith in a deity and solely believe in that. It doesn't work. They have their own whims. You can't understand them, and they can betray you.
He nods as he hears what you tell him. And you can tell that he's like, it's going to take a little more than that to undo all the things that he believes in, but he is clearly very shaken, and he's also very fond of you, especially as much as you've helped. And after a few minutes of thinking over what you told him, he looks at you and he hobbles up and he's like, come with me, there's something that I want to give you.
The
Alright.
ceremonial dildo of justice.
He looks at one of the shamans, almost like he's trying to get their approval, and he nods back. And then he starts to hobble his way down towards the temple that you were in earlier. Any
Can I go with?
motions? Yeah, motions for you to join. Okay, let's see. As you get down there, what does he do?
The UI could be so much more efficient.
He makes his way past the room. He tiptoes over the trap, which has been set up since the incident earlier today. And he makes his way into the ceremonial room, and then he takes the left hallway and pushes open this large stone door. And inside, You find that the shelves on the north and south ends of this room are lined with little trinkets and baubles and gems and tiny little boxes. It's just an assortment of things that look interesting or possibly valuable. And then also on the east wall of the room, there is a single stone slab that has a long, narrow chest resting on top of it. And he tells you, "You've done a great service for our tribe, and you've saved my life. The least we can do to repay you is let you take whatever you like from this room." And he basically steps to the side and lets you review your options and pick whatever you would like. And I will list the options real quick.
All right.
Don't whisper them. Let us all see. Nobody gets to influence them, but I want to see all the shit. For the
Even I'll shut
lulz.
up. I'll just make snarky comments. I won't try to argue with them.
Actually, part of me wants you to whisper them because I don't trust you all to not come back here and murder the rest of these guys
Hey,
and
come
then loot the
on.
place.
I was gonna loot
Alright.
the.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
wizard
already
if I
gonna
can.
murder the. I'm already pretty hell bent on murdering them. It really doesn't matter what.
I'm not.
Oh, I am. So, it really
I
doesn't.
think I want
won't.
to use some heat shields when it comes to the stone men.
I wanted to go in there so bad.
Alright, so he explains all of that to you and allows you to take your pick.
Okay. Whisper you what I'm looking at, I guess.
Alright, and he is willing to explain further if you have any questions.
All right. And don't feel like you have to hold up yourself up in my account because it seems like I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, I'll let you guys, or I'll let you keep reviewing those options. Let's cut back to the actual party instead of the lizard folk party.
Which no longer exists.
That's racist.
That is a little racist. I apologize. Alright, party. Mara is basically just weeping, distraught.
Short,
I mean,
short
I
rest
know it.
and then we need to move.
I mean, I know it's disappeared.
I'm still at 1 health. I kind of don't want to, go anywhere because a stray gust of wind is gonna kill me.
Yeah, so a short rest and then we get moving. Just somewhere other than here.
We should have time for a short rest. But while we wait for Ammon to get back. Right?
Seems reasonable.
We don't know when he's gonna get back.
No,
We can do a short rest, and if he's not back, then we can move on.
And if he's not back, then then if we do the short rest and then we can wait for him to come back.
I
This
said
makes
a
me wish I
thing
took
to.
magic mouth.
What?
This makes me wish I took magic mouth because then I could have left him a message.
We can still leave him a message. We have a giant wooden thing to carve in.
I can always wait for him to.
Yeah, but if I can set the conditions for the spell of magic mouth to relay a message, I could tell him. I could set the parameters to be when a lizard folk warlock or whatever walks by, play the message.
You know what I am.
We could just
But-
write a. We could just write a common. We could just write something in common on it. The lizard folk can't read that.
Yeah, they seem pretty exclusively draconic from my experience.
Alright, well,
Regardless, once
either
everyone's
way, short rest is my vote. What happens after, I'm not really too concerned.
healed up, you all should start heading in some direction that isn't here. Then I pat Fishstick on the back and say, Fishstick and I will wait for Ammon if he's not back by then.
All right.
I would-
You guys are going to do a short rest?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, it goes uneventfully. You successfully complete your short rest. You can spend your hit dice.
Alright. During that time, I'm just like lecturing Fishstick about like how rude it is to walk away from somebody that's talking to you, and how he's just stupid for trying to like go into the jungle without a weapon or like resources,
All right.
and
So
also
we
that
can
he's
only.
not actually a prisoner. That he's welcome to leave, but if he's going to leave, at least take something. Don't be an idiot about it.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
So we get to use as many hit die as we want.
Yep. And you
Okay.
don't have to roll them all at
I
once.
mean,
You
up,
can
up
roll
to your limit, which is I think
I know.
3 or 4.
4.
It's 4, and I had already
Yeah.
used 1 for something.
Okay,
I think.
cool. Yeah, and you'll get 2 back every time you do a long rest, and that'll go up as you level up.
24 health.
Okay, so yeah, as you are like lecturing Fishstick, you can see at first there's like this spark of rage and indignance, but then as you keep lecturing him, he almost gets he's almost like being lectured by his mother. You can see his ear, well, his one good ear fold back, and he's just like nodding. He's like, okay, 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 and you can tell that like you're actually getting through to him a little bit.
Okay. As I'm doing this, I'm also like bandaging him, but like probably kind of badly. Just doing what I can.
Alright,
Alright.
I'm
Yeah, give me a
proficient in
medicine
medicine,
check.
so I'm gonna. Actually, wait, did I actually hit proficiency in that one? Let me double check.
By the way, if I
Yeah,
can ask
I'm
one
proficient in
question
medicine.
of Nama, I might be able to speed this along quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
As I'm cruising the room, I ask him, and what are you going to do from here?
Let's see.
Oh, well, shit, that's not a very good medicine.
He tells you he's going to gather up what remains of his tribe, and they will travel southeast to a larger temple where they have taken some of their earlier sacrifices. There's something big going on that he needs to be present for.
Something big, like what?
Well, these sacrifices, we've been getting a lot closer to, well, our goal. We don't have enough to raise Mershulk, but we believe we can raise another of his avatars. And the last few sacrifices were, well, ready. They are set to happen in a couple days.
And okay, one last clarification then. You said I could have anything in this room?
He did, and he sort of gives you the impression that it's like a take one sort of thing, but you could probably try to push your luck if you wanted.
Okay, made my mind. And I put a hand on his shoulder.
It's like, I don't understand. What do you mean?
Well, first of all, you're in this room, so that's the first thing. Second thing is that I'm trying to show you that there's more to simply this than simply sacrificing to your god and getting whatever kind of avatar of destruction you might want to get out of that. I'm saying there's another path out there, and I want you, or if need be, someone you choose, to go and discover that for yourself, rather to go with me and discover that, so that you might be able to find another path than what you've had so far.
Alright, he looks at you, and he's very stoic about all of this. You get the impression that he's never been a particularly emotional person, but he considers your offer, and he realizes that technically that is legal, And he's not really one for games, but at the same time, you've been particularly kind to him, and he's like, all right, I will send one of the shamans in my stead, and I will come with you.
All right, and then I step out of the room.
All right, he closes the door behind you, and you both head back up to the campfire.
That was pretty clever.
Did not become sex. 0 out of 10.
All right, so Lizzie is doing a pretty terrible job of bandaging Fishstick up, but at the same time, it's sort of helping with the like mom care thing.
Okay.
So
I'm trying.
you're trying. As you're bandaging him up, he's like, "Thank you, I guess." It's like,
I also go and I grab one of those extra scimitars that we found, and I give it to him.
I'm gonna play him a lullaby just to further the effect.
right?
Oh yeah, you have a thing where
Yeah, you do literally have the Song of Rest, I think, or whatever
I
that's
stay
called.
asleep.
What does that do?
Go to the class tab of your character sheet.
It's like an extra D6.
yeah, that might.
Yeah.
Healing.
Yeah, Song of Rest. So go to the bottom of your class tab and click the Use button next to Song of Rest.
Oh. I guess everyone roll an extra 1d6, or not everyone. I guess.
I mean,
one
pretty
of the
much.
audience.
Anybody who's regenning gets an extra D6.
Oh, that's neat. Does that count for me too?
Yep.
When one of your allies regains HP. Maybe? Sure, why not? I'll check an official ruling later, but for now we can say yes.
That's weird. I would have expected it to be him too.
So yeah, Fishstick is looking a lot better, and as he takes the scimitar, he's like looking at the rest of the crew to make sure that like they're okay with this, and let's find out if they're okay with this. Yeah, they're not like extremely elated about it, but they at least let it happen. And Fishstick takes the scimitar and he like scrambles his way back up onto his feet slowly. And he looks it over and he looks at you and he's like, thanks. My name is Ermach.
Ermach. You can call me Elizabeth. Hold a hand to him.
Alright. He shakes your hand.
So, like, what does he look like again? It's like
Okay.
an old, but
Yeah.
he's got like one missing ear right now because of
Yeah,
whatever the hell.
right. He's a gnoll. He's a little tubby for a gnoll, and he's also very tall. He's a very large gnoll. His fur is very dark, and he is missing his right ear at this point in time. There's just like a little flappy stub where it used to be. Yeah, he looks a little cut up. He's clearly had sort of a like a rough piratey career.
He's also recently had a scuffle with a little girl,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's even more cut up.
Yeah, you notice he's got like the standard sailor, rough hands, rough feet. He's wearing like basics. I believe it's studded leather armor. He had a leather trench coat at some point. I believe he's taken that off at this point because that would be really uncomfortable for long periods of time outside of the rain.
Cool. And yeah, I'll help him up to his feet, and if he seems like able-bodied and able to walk, then I'm gonna call it to everybody. Say, all right, we need a plan. Where are we heading? We have
Okay.
several options.
I've been trying to.
I vote we get the lighthouse, or at least the direction of the lighthouse. There will be people
Yeah,
in
can
that.
anybody even hear me?
Yeah, I hear.
Yes.
I've been trying to like get in on this, and people keep talking and talking. Hey, it's irritating. Anyways, I was like trying to console Mara still, because she like broke down crying. Did she like actually calm down yet?
I mean, she's still extremely distraught, but she's at least no longer, a crying heap on the ground.
Okay.
She is very adamant about going to go get those kids, though, when the question of what to do next is raised. Like, that's the only thing she can think about.
All right.
What makes her think her kids are still alive at this point?
Are you asking her that?
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
good. Don't
I
get
might be
smacked.
I might be mildly autistic in real life, but even I'm not that insensitive.
Yeah, don't get smacked.
Did I notice any children in the temple?
You did not.
Okay. Outside of the temple?
You did not. You actually didn't
Okay.
notice any children like the entire time that you were caravanning around there.
Alright. And I'll
Better term would
ask
be
her just
gallivanting.
where did they take you from?
She says that they were traveling from basically from Silver Bay to the south to some of the mining villages. She says that she works for their father, who is a wealthy prospector who used to work in the mining villages but then moved to Silver Bay to sort of retire, and he now has like a nice mansion and a little bit of a land in that area. But they were traveling down to the mining villages to visit their uncle, and that is when they were abducted.
Well, I can say with certainty that while I was there, I didn't see any children at their village. So, if they're alive, they would still be where they found you all.
I suppose that's possible. Why would they take just me though?
They seem to only need a small number of sacrifices. Not totally sure why they would leave anyone, but didn't seem particularly uh, murdery, for lack of a better word.
She hears what you're saying, but you can tell that like she's not willing to receive it. Like clearly she has a strong bias against lizard folk.
Alright, I guess I'll try to
Disgusting
say.
racism.
I guess I'll try to roll deception and say, well, don't you know that lizard folk around these parts only sacrifice adults? Because that's what their god wants.
But then she's gonna.
All right,
Then she's
yeah,
gonna.
give me deception. She looks at you,
Jesus.
and you can't tell if she believes because she actually believes or because she wants to believe, but she does like stiffen her upper lip, and she's like, "Oh, that's good news. Hopefully that means they're safe. We should still try to find them. They must be terrified. And their father, if I come home without them," she just goes quiet.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this, don't worry. But for now we need to start we need to leave here. We've been hit too many times trying to catch our breath. We need to start actually making progress towards real civilization. So you might know the area better than us. Do you have any idea exactly uh, like what's the closest thing to the coast? What are the closer settlements to the coast of this island?
She tells you that she actually hails from far up on the northern island, but she visits the southern island often enough to know some of the area, especially around Silver Bay. And she works with the navigator to sort of map out a rough map of the area that she's familiar with, and I will just reveal that over there.
Yeah.
So, in fact, on this map, what are the gray squares?
Shallow coast.
Yeah, just shallow coast.
Where's this area you're supposedly revealing?
I'm getting there.
He's
Just a
drawing
second.
her out.
Yeah.
Uh, well, if it's all the same to all of you, I would suggest we head towards the mines. Those are closest, as I recall. I kind of looked at Toady for confirmation.
I'm pretty sure we're close-ish to them, but
Yeah.
I don't know much about the place.
Yeah, between the captain, the navigator, and Toady, they pretty much agree that the mining villages are probably the closest civilization, unless there are. Well, let's see. Yeah, they do suggest that there may be fishing villages along the coast, sort of like skirting the jungle. Most people don't really wander this far west from Silver Bay because, well, lizard folk control its area. But they occasionally set up fishing villages, at least across the channel from Silver Bay, where it's close enough to have a little bit of protection.
So okay, let's head south. Let's get to that village, and we can rally some forces to actually to investigate and find where your kids are. All right? That sound like a reasonable plan? You aren't gonna go running off on us, are you? Why is there more shipwrecks now?
I will actually give the other scimitar to the lady, just in case she does run off. Then,
All right. She takes it and she's like, "Oh, I don't know how to use one of these, but I mean, if you insist."
pencil. Stick the pointy end in the bad ones.
It's better than nothing out here.
All right, she takes
At
it.
the very least, it's something.
Yeah. Yeah, she holds on to it. You can tell, like, by the way she's handling it, that she has probably never swung a weapon in her life before, but she is grateful to have it. And you can tell it actually gives her a little bit of, like, a feeling of security, knowing that she has at least something to fight with.
Has she ever swung like a pickaxe if she was heading towards the mining villages?
Oh no, I don't actually work the mines. I'm a caretaker. I just take care of the kids.
Is there anything you would be more comfortable using?
Uh, a hot bath and a warm bed sound pretty great.
A spoon.
Well, we'll
I
get
don't,
to
I
that
don't think
eventually.
I don't think we can weaponize a warm bed and a hot bath. I'm sorry.
You haven't done hard enough yet.
Anything can be weaponized if you throw it hard enough.
Uh, so I'm gonna ask Emic if has he been to the mining villages before? Mentioned you knew this area somewhat.
Ermac says he's never been that far south. He really tries to not set foot on land when he can. He very much prefers life at sea. He tells you that, like, the last time he spent any significant amount of time on land was back when he was a fisherman living a relatively normal life back in Rosa. Um, but he does tell you that when he does make port, he usually does it at a place called Isla Vida. And he would sort of go over to the map that you've scrawled together and roughly point out an area. He says that it's not the sort of place that you would want to go.
Let's go there.
And why do you think I wouldn't want to go there?
Well, I mean, it's just, I mean, ruffians. It's not good people. Pirates, bandits. It's nowhere for a
All
young
of which
lady
are
to
better
be.
than lizard people.
Sounds like exactly
That's
the place
racist.
that I want to be.
Yeah, that would actually be out of character for my character. Never mind.
So you think a little girl that ran you down and cut you up isn't capable of dealing with some ruffians?
See, he knows what he's talking about.
I mean, maybe, but like you have to understand these ruffians are like real pirates, not like. And you can tell, like, right after he says it, he kind of catches himself and he just goes quiet.
Hell, regardless.
Someone has an inferiority complex.
Possibly. I think it's cute.
Oh, it's all just back then.
Do we have a party token?
Yes, I actually was supposed to make that. Yeah.
Because I have no idea where we're actually Yeah, I'm
We're at-
assuming we're at the shipwreck.
Yeah, we're at the
Yeah, you're
shipwreck.
currently at the shipwreck, except for Ammon, who's up at the camp.
So
Okay,
what's our
I'm good.
mode of transportation? Just walking?
Yes, we have feet.
Unless you have something better, or
Imagination?
if you want to give me a piggyback.
Anyways, so we're heading. So we're gonna try and make it to the mining camps, right? Or are we heading somewhere else? Cause I'm pretty
Oh.
game for trying to get to the mining area, mining camp place.
Yeah. So the mining camps are to the east of us?
Yeah, I thought there were more down here, but okay.
Yeah, I thought they were southern. But yeah, I'm good with whatever is the closest bit of civilization.
That we know of, yeah. We might
Yeah.
stumble across something more, but
All right. Are you waiting for Ammon? What? Or are you just like setting out right now?
How long have we been waiting, roughly?
You guys have been waiting about. Well, let's see. You did the short rest. You did that. It's been about 2 hours. Time-wise, this is about the time that Ammon would be getting back from the failed hunt.
Okay.
But obviously,
we don't
you guys
know
don't know
about
that. Yeah, yeah.
So, are we swinging? Should we swing past? Give it a broad stroke. See if we can signal him, or what?
Well, what time of day is it, actually?
Let's see. That would put it at like 4 or 5-ish. Yeah.
Okay. I would say let's wait another 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Just gather as much supplies as we can. We'll need
There's not
something
much
to make
left.
some tents or
There's-
some kind of makeshift shelters.
There's not much left to pick from this place. I already tried to get as much stuff. When we first landed, I grabbed as much stuff that was useful.
Yeah. But can at least do one last look over. I'll make a message and leave it here for him, just in case. I can head out. As long as everyone else is game to go to the mines.
I'm good with that. I can hopefully I can keep my bearings long enough to get there.
Alright. Then yeah, I'm gonna start carving a message into the boat for Ammon.
I guess I'll do one. What kind of check would it be to like make sure we've gotten everything?
Investigation.
Investigation. Thank you.
Yeah, everything valuable that was in the shipwreck has pretty much been stripped clean.
Can I tell Fishstick to go and be a deer and help me look with that?
Sure. Yeah, Mila, give me a second roll.
Shit. Like 30 seconds, I accidentally closed it.
Oh, you're fine.
Dang it, open. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. What do you guys find that you haven't already found?
Oh my god, I see a bomb.
Stop.
Even just like more cloth for like tents and stuff. Just anything that can serve as like basic shelter, food, that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah. You guys find. I'll just list out some things. Yeah, that looks about right.
Sweet loot. Good.
So does fishing require like a skill, or can you just go fishing? Or does it use a skill, I should say?
I believe that would take survival.
Right. Is anyone proficient in survival?
I mean, I should be. I
I
don't
am.
think I am though.
Alright, because if we've got two, and we need
Oh, I
fishing
am.
done.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm the druid's proficient in survival. It's nature I'm not proficient in. I think.
Alright,
So
well, I've got Jack of all trades, so if there's anything that no one's proficient in, I've got Jack of all trades, so I can
Wait,
fill it in.
the druid isn't proficient in
Oh, I
nature?
am. Like, you get 2 proficiencies, and that's not nearly enough to get all the shit you need to be a full-fledged druid. What am I
yeah.
proficient in? Medicine, nature, survival, and perception. And then that's it. So, no history, no arcana, no stealth, no. Like, there's a lot of skills that you would expect, but I'm just not.
Alright.
I like being a bard.
Druids
I
and
like
paladins
having,
are not skill monkeys.
Yeah. Which is who used to
I
like
like
rogues
having
and
survival
bards.
feats.
Yep.
Okay, you guys should have control over that party token. Whee! Now you can
Everybody
fight
else
over
try
it.
and drag it. Everybody else try and drag it.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. Good.
Alright. So yeah, you guys spend the next maybe half hour or so just rummaging through the shipwreck for anything else that you can find, and you find a few things that'll be useful. Again, there were a lot of other things on this ship before it was set ablaze, but most of the cargo was
Not my fault.
on the cargo deck,
it
which
was your fault. It was on fire.
was set on fire. So yeah, I mean you could probably get like a handful or two of grain that has been soaked by salt water, but most of the cargo has been destroyed. And let's cut back to Ammon. Ammon, after that exchange in the temple, what would you like to do?
Well, I guess head back outside and yeah.
All right. So yeah, he follows you outside, and he's like, I am yours. Let me stop by the tent, grab a few things, but then I will go wherever you need me."
Well, don't be so dramatic about it, but all right.
So yeah, he takes a couple minutes and he goes off into his tent, and I mean he doesn't come back with a whole lot. He lives a pretty simple lifestyle, but he grabs his weapons. He grabs like a couple of necklaces and ornaments that he keeps with him. It's not really a belt patch. It's more of just like a leather sack that they've fashioned out of animal hide, but just somewhere to store a few things. And he's like, "All right, what would you like to do?"
Well, my compatriots are back towards the beach. That'd be a good place to start.
All right, lead the way. Well, I suppose I know where the shipwreck is, but we can go there together.
And, yep, and I would gather what things I've got from here and bid them farewell and wish them good fortune and to keep in mind what I told them.
All right. Yeah, they nod. You can see that Nama and one of the shamans stop to talk momentarily, and he tells the shaman that something has come up, and the shaman will need to go in his stead to the ritual. And the shaman seems to understand and comply, and he goes off into his tent to start preparing some things. And Nama also relays to the other lizard folk there that they encountered some stone men, and they killed 3 of them, but according to your report, there was still one up and going, heavily damaged. And roll perception, actually. Yeah, you definitely overhear this. One of the shamans is like, "Yeah, from the volcano, like always. It's got to be those Sethrak loyalists working with them. It's conspiracy, I tell you. We kill them over and over, and they just keep coming back. And their bodies, they disappear every time. This confounded magic, it has to be a curse. We need to put a stop to it as soon as we can." Nama's like, "Yes, in due time. but we'll solve one crisis at a time. We have more urgent things to attend to. And he looks back at you, and almost as like a show of good faith, he says, try to make sure they don't suffer too much. Mershok needs blood, but he doesn't request suffering, especially not from children.
Wait,
And
so what do I see there? There's children there?
you do not see children. You basically heard Nama tell the shaman to make sure that the children don't suffer. And he looks back to you like almost like he's looking for approval for this show of generosity. And then he comes back towards you and says, lead the way.
Okay. Well, once again, it's me against a whole bunch of lizard folk. I can't do that by myself. So I just give them a nod and say, it's a good start towards change. I know I can't expect you to turn the tides in a day, but that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, he looks at you and is like, yes, I suppose we don't really need to be so brutal in our sacrifices. Mershok was always about destruction, but never torment. Yeah, and he starts making his way west towards the shipwreck.
I'm gonna go with them.
All right, so yeah, about the time that you guys wrap up your investigation on the beach, you see two lizard folk approaching from the jungle. One of which looks familiar, and one of which looks maybe a little familiar, but certainly not as familiar as Ammon.
Murder him.
You definitely recognize one as Ammon. It's like 5 o'clock. It's not dark.
Murder him. He's a traitor.
I wave
Also,
him
by the
over.
way, has he given us has he brought any of this like the darts with him and like the blowguns and all that?
He has brought one club, one shield, and one blowgun with 6 darts.
I would also ask him if I could learn how to use one of those and like get a kit of that stuff.
Yeah, he definitely offers to start teaching you. He tells you that the blow dart requires a certain degree of finesse. It's not quite like a shield. It definitely requires a bit of control, but he will certainly try.
I walk over and say, finesse? I got finesse.
And I actually need to go
Except
grab
much
some
less
tokens, too.
creepy.
Now, did I actually get like a shield or like any kind of armor out of this?
Out of the feet? No.
If you didn't have an actual shield before, you certainly do now. He definitely would have like gifted one, or even you could have grabbed one off of the bodies of one of the fallen lizard folk. So yes, you do absolutely have a turtle shield in your inventory.
Yeah, these two we can't
Yeah.
understand when they talk with each other, by the way, Cody.
Any armor as well, or just the shield?
Just the shield. You notice that almost none of them wear armor. It's pretty much just like a loincloth, maybe a chest covering made of sticks or something, but nothing particularly heavy duty.
Okay.
Yeah, I walk up to Ammon and I'm like, hey, your friend tried to escape, so I stabbed him. Hope that's okay. He's in the tent.
Okay.
Who?
All right. I looked over to at the direction of Fish Stick and say, "Well, it's whether she expects too much of him."
Yeah, as you guys approach, Salthammer and the captain and Sissa all stand up and like have their weapons drawn.
I hold my hand up to them and say, "No, he's with me. Be nice."
Why did you bring one of them back? We already escaped once. They don't need to know where we are.
Because they have to learn what it's like to not be like that in order to have the tribe escape what they've got right now.
You're trying to educate him?
I twitch my eye at him as if hoping he realizes what he just said.
They've been these That tribe was brutally sacrificing people. That's not the kind of creature that can learn to be civilized.
Can I not? Can I just pull a pump? Is this Mulek?
Yes, it's Mulek.
Yeah, I want to punch Mulek.
Yeah, it's common.
Yeah, it's currently common, and you can just tell that Nama doesn't understand this. He's sort of, he would actually just be like shuffling behind Ammon.
So you're right back, sorry.
And actually, how is Mara gonna take this? Let's see. Okay, she actually takes it better than expected. You can see, as soon as she sees that there's a lizard folk, she just goes white and her eyes go wide and she draws her sword. But then when Ammon calls out in common, and she sees that the rest of the crew behind her have like calmed down, she makes her way back. She's clearly like terrified. But she doesn't, charge or break down sobbing or anything.
Do I see this?
Yeah, you definitely do.
Okay. I yell back at her. Don't go waving that around. You'll hurt yourself, love.
She's
I'm
like,
waiting.
what are they doing here? You guys are with them, aren't you?
No, we're not with
He's
this
with
creature.
us.
We're trying to figure out.
This creature. That's a lot of racism.
I like it.
Look, the one that speaks common is not part of that tribe. He came over from Rosa. This one,
He speaks common? Lizard folk can talk?
that one can.
I'd look so disappointed.
Yeah, I'm just watching her.
I say,
This
look,
grin of,
I look at them and
"Bitch, you
say,
fucking kidding
look,
me?"
clearly there's a bit of miscommunication here. And I actually look to all of them and say, you of all people should know that races can be misconstrued. I'm offering this one a new chance, a chance to do something more than what's got so far.
Give me a persuasion.
Can I help in that anyway?
I
I don't know what I would say, but I want to kind of like stand up behind Ammon and like, side with him.
Working
Sure.
together, we can all make the world a better place. Freeze frame.
Yeah. I mean, even just through, well, yeah. If you give me like at least a line of text or something to work with.
Too
late.
Well, damn. Okay, you don't even need it.
I'd like to point out that as long as we have the shaman with us, that tribe isn't likely to attack us again.
Well, to be fair, Nama is like he's like an elder, but based on his fighting style, you haven't seen any magic, and only Ammon would really know this. But yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, let's. Yeah, as you guys are having this conversation, you see Toady hobble up and over. And what is the range on this?
Detect
do it,
thoughts?
Toady. I have to kill you.
Yeah, detect thoughts. Is that range or is it touch?
He's definitely in range. Yeah. No,
Okay, I didn't know if it was touch.
Fine.
So
gotta
yeah.
at least be 30 feet. Right?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, he starts to detect thoughts, and initially, this he needs to do this.
The probing of the mind takes an action. Just reading the surface thoughts he can do at will.
Probing.
Calm the fuck down.
As this is happening, Nama gives a very strong look at Toady, and he looks a little concerned, and he looks to Ammon, he's like, in Draconic, he's like, what's going on? Who's he? What's he doing to me?
He is a scholar, someone trying to see if you are truly being no harm to the people on this beach. Well, after what happened last time, I suppose you can't really blame him, but it is rude of him to do it without asking. I looked at Toady.
And you're speaking still in Draconic.
Well, I
No,
assume.
that part is in common.
Yeah, that part was coming.
and it's rude. Rude.
He looks back at you and is like, "This is for our safety and welfare. You'll have to excuse me if I don't announce it. I figured he wouldn't understand me even if I tried to. Tell your friend to let me make sure he's safe."
I looked to Missy to say, let him do his thing. It's harmless. It's just annoying.
Alright, so he looks back at Toady, and it takes him a couple of tries because this is all very uncomfortable for him. But eventually, Toady is able to connect, and you see him sit in deep thought for a short time, and then he closes the spell and he nods and he goes back. And he doesn't really say anything, but you don't get the impression that he's terribly upset.
Hope that's satisfactory for you all.
All right.
Not too savage, am I?
I'm assuming
My
everyone
tribe.
but Ammon knows about the lady's missing children.
Not yet. We haven't gotten to that. We're about to.
Yeah, everyone except for Ammon does.
Yeah, because we probably would have heard that.
Yeah.
So, Ammon, this lady over here seems to be missing some kids, and she seems to think that they were abducted along with her by uh, some lizard folk. Do you have any idea what that might be about?
Anything to reassure her at this point would be great because she's pretty close to snapping.
I looked at her and said, I did not see any in the tribe nearby here. But what do they look like?
GM call something on that?
Yeah, she tells you that they all had red hair, light skin, freckles. She says there were two girls and a boy. Or sorry, two boys and a girl. The oldest was a boy, the middle was a girl. She was about 8, and the youngest was a boy. He was about 6. The oldest was about 16.
As she describes this, I will, I guess, relay that in Draconic to him, Nama, and say, do the ones you know of match that description?
Let's see. We need to find out if he knows this.
Does he understand the concept of age in other races? Like how a person of a different race looks and what age that would correspond to?
As you're translating, he says, yeah, we have 3 kids. They were part of the ritual I was telling the shaman about. I can't really tell humans apart very well, but it sounds like it could be them. And as he is saying that to you in Draconic, Toady looks at Mara and he's like, "Did they have green eyes?" And Mara looks sort of bewildered, but she looks at him and he's like, "Yeah, they did." And Toady looks back over to you guys and he nods. He's like, "Yeah, it's them."
Are they still alive? We gotta get them. Seriously, if we left anyone behind there, we need to get them out of there now. They won't last much longer, will they?
I look to the to Nama for a second and says, those stone men, do they have souls?
Interesting. Let's find out how much he knows about them. He tells you that he doesn't think they do. He doesn't know exactly the entire history and nature of these stone men, but he says that they started to appear about the same time that the dragons invaded the volcano to the east. And he believes that they are servants of the dragons, and when they die, they simply disappear and are reborn at the volcano to serve again as slaves.
Have you ever tried to sacrifice some of them to Mershal?
He says that they brought a body back once to try to sacrifice it, but by the time it got to the altar, it had fully disintegrated and there was no body left to sacrifice. So now they don't even bother.
Well, what if we were able to bring... Well, I'll explain to him. Here's what I'm thinking. This woman here, she is the mother of those 3 children that are at the temple, and obviously, you know how we all think about sacrifices here. Obviously, I don't intend to go there and start a bloodbath, but I think if we were all to offer them 3 replacement sacrifices, that might work. And I can think of nothing better than the Stonemen right now, since they were so brutal to your kind before. If they serve dragons in a volcano, I imagine that would serve the greater good in any way. So if we were to bring 3 intact bodies to the temple to be sacrificed in the children instead, do you think they'd be okay with that?
Give me persuasion.
Well, I'm not trying to persuade him, but okay.
Roll
I'm
it.
just asking a question. I'm not trying
Yeah,
to
no,
convince
that's
the
fair.
idea.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he says he would need to speak with one of the shamans of the. He doesn't speak with the gods directly, so he'd have to like run it by the shamans and see if that would be a fair trade.
He
But
did once.
Oh, don't worry. I think we can ensure that they're. I think Mershulk would like it. Cast a little glance towards Elizabeth.
Elizabeth just sighs, like stalks into the jungle to try and find her costume.
all right. Yeah, he says if you guys want to stop by the camp on the way back. Obviously, the shaman that was heading to the ritual has already taken off, but there is the other shaman there that he could ask.
So the children are still alive. Then yeah, we need to stop. We need to get them right now.
Yep, I agree.
Couldn't Amon try to say that Nershul frowns upon the sacrifice of children?
I
Yeah,
could.
especially if Elizabeth is supposedly, a fucking god.
Yes, but then they're like, okay, we still need 3 more though. You guys look tempting. You're adults.
Yeah, but even if that were the case, you could also try to make the case that Nershulk doesn't appreciate their chosen or friends of their chosen being sacrificed to them.
That's, I don't know. That's a lot of stuff riding the dice there. That would also then be like friggin' all-out war if we fail. I kind of have a safe backup plan in case something happens.
Yeah, because these guys
I mean, if you
destroyed
don't
us.
convince him, then you could try to convince him now. And if that doesn't work, then we can just go try something else.
Yeah, we can convince like the ones that we've dealt with before probably pretty easily, but whatever tribe is over by the greater temple will be a whole new ball game, and I'm not sure we could do that as effectively. And on top of that, they do want sacrifices in this case, and I think we should give it to them. Just the ones that we don't mind giving up.
Well, this could potentially buy us time as well, if we're gonna go back towards that way anyways. If one tribe doesn't want to sacrifice the children, then that could potentially buy us time in procuring the stonemen to sacrifice.
Yep. So it's a possibility at least. And if nothing else, we certainly know how to get to the temple.
Well, I don't exactly speak Draconic, so you might have to.
Not to worry, of course. I kind of like step aside and like put a hand on Nama's shoulder. Like, look, he's trustworthy. He's gonna be with us, and I trust him. It'll be okay.
If you say so.
Let's get going though. I don't. The last
Yeah,
thing
there's
we
not a
need
lot of
is
time to
for
wait.
us to show up late. Come
Yeah,
on.
that's true.
Yeah, I'd be rude for us to show up to the lady sacrifice.
Yeah, I agree.
Please don't make jokes about that. Come on, everybody. We're heading back.
Don't make jokes about what?
I'm a sarcastic bard. What do you expect?
Oh, don't be sarcastic. It's rude.
I'm a bard.
Of
Like,
course.
I'm a bard. Like, I'm
You're
either
witty.
rude. Yeah, and sarcasm is witty.
No, it isn't. Not always. Anyways, back.
Yes.
Back to the camp we go.
All right, you guys are heading back to the camp. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. All right, you make it there fairly unimpeded. You do hear like a few stray animal noises from the side as you're traveling through, but with a group this large, are you taking everyone, the entire group, all the NPCs? I assume you're not leaving them at the
Yeah.
shipwreck.
I was gonna
Yes.
ask Nama, like, is there a place he knows of that the non-combatants can take shelter while we're doing this thing? Because I don't think anyone here knows the jungle better than he does.
He says that they could stay at the lizard folk camp. He would give his word that they would like be protected to the best of their ability, as long as they don't do anything to, lose that trust.
They can stick with us. We can all get
All
through
right.
this forest together.
It's a lot of. We're gonna be very hard to stealth if we have this big a party.
We're not trying to stealth. We're trying to get to civilization. It's not like we're chasing down a person to assassinate. We're just trying to make it through a jungle.
Okay, I should probably make like just one giant token for the entire NPC party. How many do we have? 3, 6, and yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. Okay, so yeah, about 20 minutes go by. You guys trek across the bridge and back up to the lizard folk camp. And with Ammon and Nama at the lead,
Want to drag us over?
yes, you guys arrive at the lizard folk camp with 8 non-lizard folk NPCs in tow. And as you approach, you can see that like the few there's like 6 lizard folk currently there, and they stand up and they're like ready to go. But they see that Nama's there, and he waves them down, and they stand there. They're uneasy, but they certainly aren't attacking or anything.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, we still haven't been dragged over.
Yeah, hang on, I'm pulling a ton of tokens over.
Also, is that a cave up there at the top of this?
Yeah, and it kind of looks like it. You could investigate further, but it appears to be a cave.
Well, if we ever end up back here, I suppose that would be a good place to check for something. And, had we, checked before, we might have not had to sit outside in the middle of nowhere and, maybe had a cave for shelter.
Maybe.
But
Maybe not.
no.
I mean, you're welcome to go investigate if you want.
So, where am I entering this?
Okay, so yeah, with that roll, you're able to
Yeah.
find like a few remnants of your disguise.
I find a couple of sticks and twigs and just kind of put them in my hair. I'm like, it's good.
Yeah,
Whatever.
and you notice,
Fuck the kids.
like about the time that you finish cobbling together this disguise as best as you can with the resources available to you, you see that the entire party is starting to like make their way into the jungle. So that you're like, I mean, you're pretty deep in the jungle. They probably can't see you since you're being stealthy about it, but you're close enough to at least see the direction that they're moving. So you're maybe like 120, 150 feet off.
Cool.
Anything's supposed to be happening anytime soon.
Except for Elizabeth, who's down here somewhere. Alright, so you arrive in the village, and Nema walks over to the group of lizard folk at this fire, who I will put there shortly, and sort of explains the situation to him, and Ammon is able to understand this, but nobody else does. He explains that these villagers, or these other people, are under the protection of himself and Ammon. They are not to be sacrificed. They are not to be killed. They are free to come and go as they please. They are not free to bring more people with them. And they may stay in the tents. You can bring additional tents if you're not comfortable sleeping next to them. They may have a cut of the hunt, just enough to survive. They don't have to live like luxury. He tells them that they have their own rations. They should be able to fend for themselves for the most part.
I mean, I
Sounds
don't
fair to me.
I don't plan on leaving these people here. We're here to pick up the kids, and that's it. Not for any longer than we have to, right?
No, well, we're leaving the non-combatants, like the sailors and the people who don't fight with us.
That is kind of like for you folks and them to decide. Mara looks extremely uncomfortable with that idea. Let's see, let's see. The rest of them actually begrudgingly do think that sounds reasonable. Like, they see that they almost outnumber these lizard folk. And they're not all armed, but some of them are armed. So they feel like as long as they keep their distance, this might be a safe place to stay. Mara could probably be convinced, but she initially really doesn't like this idea.
So
Does
wait,
Mara have any
and
skill?
Ammon's gone.
He'll be right back.
Yeah.
Does Mara have any skill proficiencies like medicine?
She does not. She says that she is the caretaker for the kids. She works for their father and mother. She cooks, she cleans, she makes the beds, but she doesn't like. That's been her trade for her whole life. She doesn't really have any other professions or skills. Yeah, pretty much.
Can I try and sneak into the temple? Is
Uh,
that like where
Yeah.
I feel that they're doing this?
I mean, based on the conversation earlier, you certainly would be inclined to at least look. But you're not sure if it's here. Actually, based on the conversation that was held earlier, I think it has been stated that the kids are part of the ritual that Nama sent the shaman to, which is to the southeast, not in this particular temple. But
Okay.
you certainly could still like sneak into this temple if you want.
Nah, I'm not gonna risk that. As much as I want the shiny jewels, I don't actually technically know about them, and I don't want to risk getting caught in my ugly disguise.
Um, is Ammon back? Because I don't get why he's so hell bent on leaving these people behind. Like, why are we not trying to get them? Uh,
I'm not. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you guys discuss that when he gets back.
Do we have any idea of how far away this temple is?
Oh, let's see. I
Whisper
mean,
is just /W and then the person's name, right?
yep,
W
or
space.
GM if it's for me.
And
Yeah, slash W space. Start typing the name. Hit enter when it's when it's the right name, and then start typing your message. Otherwise, it'll break.
Yeah, I believe the only person here who would know the location of this other temple is Nama, and I don't think anyone has asked him yet.
okay.
Elizabeth, as you do approach, you do see the party and all of the lizard folk at the camp. Immediately around you, you don't see anyone else, including anyone right next to the temple, which I need to put back to this. So yeah, what you see is basically what you get.
Alrighty.
I actually, while Ammon is AFK, I'm going to take a quick break too. If we want to do just like a 5 minute bio break, grab drinks,
Sure,
cool.
that sounds lovely.
Yep,
I
good timing
definitely
for all
work
that.
on it.
All right, cool.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We actually all just went off to grab drinks, so we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay, cool. Sorry about
Yep, no problem.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Who else back?
I am. I don't know if anybody else is. Hello? Hello?
Hello? They must all be grabbing drinks still.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Okay, good. Like, when I'm saying shit, no one responds. People have a habitual habit of talking over me and not acknowledging what I'm saying, so I get paranoid that
What?
shit's breaking.
That never happens.
So hopefully I didn't make you do too much work by taking Nama along.
I have a quick question for you. We're kind of in break mode right now, if you haven't noticed. Quick, why the hell are you so bent on leaving the NPCs at this camp?
Because there's a lot of lizard folk there, presumably, and we might not be able to persuade all of them, or some might just say, fuck what you guys say, these guys are, like, tasty. There's just a lot of variables there we can't account for, and having a bunch of tasty, meaty sailors there, amidst a bunch of things who would like to eat them or sacrifice them, is probably a bad idea. And so back here, they're relatively safe.
But
This tribe is effectively under our influence, like, within a degree. So yeah, the NPCs are probably safest here. And they do almost outnumber the lizard folk now.
yeah, but we're just trying to grab the kids who are apparently at a different place, and then we're not coming back here, as far as I know. So why leave them behind?
Because we bring them with us, they're in danger.
They're in danger here. We're in the goddamn.
Not nearly as much danger.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's the danger of being betrayed by the lizards over the dangers of the jungle.
Well, that's just you being untrustworthy then. You don't trust these guys, you're racist.
There is a difference between racism.
It's super racist.
No, it's not. It's not believing that these savages are going to make a change in, what is it, 5 hours now?
Wow. Savages? God.
Wow, jeez. First there's that. Second, it's like, we know they haven't changed. We know for a fact they haven't changed. We're not saying they've changed from, like, worshipping their sacrificing goddess. What we know is that they will not do sacrificing of these guys. That much is true.
Have a little faith in my deity powers.
You haven't done your DD powers in front of me yet. I'm pretty sure you. I forgot to ask. Did you actually? You spilled the beans on your little ploy last time, didn't you?
Yeah, I told you guys that was me.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we did hear about that. Like, fine. If deity does it, it's one thing. But leaving anyone here, like even most of the people here, I don't believe that everybody is safe. I would feel much better about keeping an eye on them ourselves.
Well, how far away is this other temple?
No idea.
We can ask them.
You can. Would you like to?
I would, yeah.
All right. Yeah, Nama tells you that it is about a day to the east, maybe 2 days, depending on weather.
Okay. Well, they just left today, so if we haul ass, we can catch up to them. And then we don't even have to worry about them being at the temple. They've only got like a little over an hour ahead of us, right?
Well, I don't think the children were at this camp. I think he just saw them at the temple, unless they were at this camp previously and they left.
He literally, okay, I was listening in on that. He literally walked into the tent with the children.
Wait, what? Okay.
The elder popped. This is totally out of character.
Sure.
Popped into a tent and told the shaman to be gentle with the children, or to be kind to the children, and then sent him on his way. Yeah. So he was at the camp.
the druid we're thinking, or the shaman we're thinking of.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
the
I think the children
were
were
with
here
them.
though, not
I
recently
don't know
at
if the
least.
children were the shaman, but I know the shaman was here. So if we can at least run him down and stop him from starting the ritual, that's in our best interest. Actually, on that note, I will concede this point of leaving the people behind, but I would like to I would be like a steed for you guys, for you and Numanek to ride on, so we can run this guy down as quick as possible. Like, leave all, if we're gonna leave people behind, we should leave all the people who can't move as fast as I'm gonna be planning on booking it. I'll carry you and Numanek, Nama Ko. How the hell do I pronounce that name?
Nama.
Nama. I just go with Nama. Yeah.
Nama? Okay. I'd be willing to give you guys both a ride and just book it out there to get to stop the shaman from like getting out there any further. And if any, I'd rather the rest of the group follows along behind, but if you really want everybody to stay behind, I think it should be a large portion, and then just the scouting party to stop the shaman. Hello?
Yeah, that's up to you guys.
I know it's up to
I'm good
us.
with that.
I'm waiting for the guys to respond.
So you're saying like you want to like you said ride you? Like what do you want us to do exactly?
It's a druid. Shapeshift.
Druid shapeshift into something that's sufficiently load bearing for two. You guys are kind of small-ish on the medium scale, right?
Probably. I mean we're also mostly naked, so I mean there's that too.
I don't give a fuck.
I mean I'm saying in terms of weight. We're not like wearing fucking plate mail.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a lot different than what you were implying there, but yeah.
It's fucking furry, man. Come on.
Yeah, and I mean I can run and probably keep a decent pace with you guys.
I mean,
If it will allow it.
can like well, first of all, can a horse or some other similar animal like get through this jungle? Because I mean, horses are exactly designed for that. They're more designed for open plains, you know.
Nima he tells you that he has never seen a horse this far out into the jungle. They mostly stay at the mining camps and occasionally go down a little bit into the mountains when they're trying to like. Yeah.
I know. I had an idea. I don't know if this will actually work based on what you can and can't shift into, but can you turn into a tiger?
I actually can.
Sure.
Would that work?
It's slower than it's not one of the fastest things I could turn into.
It's large. It should serve as a mount.
Get through a jungle.
It could definitely get through a jungle.
Yeah, no, I'm looking through all the other stuff, seeing if there's anything.
I mean, it works in WoW. Why wouldn't it work here?
Yeah, I'm just.
Those are night sabers, Feck. And we're not fucking skinny ass night elves.
I mean, it's skinny ass lizard folk. Granted, I don't think a single. Well, no, yeah, tiger with 2 lizard folk on back. That. Okay, let me go do a little research, but maybe. You guys decide what you want to do, and I'll decide if it works.
I mean, Feck, 2 people mounts in WoW don't go any slower. If you want to use WoW as an example.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, like. I've seen a tiger. I don't know if, like, a regular sized tiger, or even, like, a bigger tiger would comfortably seat 2 people as a mount. It would be more like one person strapped onto the back of it real tight.
That's hot.
Yeah, so I would argue that like one person could ride a tiger with like a little bit of like leather straps and harnesses and stuff.
That's why I wasn't gonna be a tiger.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, how dense is this jungle? Like, does Mulek feel like he
That's
could
the right word
run
for it.
comfortably as a horse?
Based on what you've seen so far, if there are good paths leading between here and the temple, And Nama suggests that they're at least decent. They're not like roads, but it's at least a cleared out path. He says that you might be able to get a horse through there.
There are like deer trails and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, he says that like a normal horse would probably be too stupid and unskilled to do it, but like when you explain that Mulik would literally be transforming into a horse, he's like, as long as he can still think, he could probably do it pretty easily.
Okay, so it would be All right, I can. Um, oops, sorry. It looks like um, Warhorse might be the best choice because those things are designed. Those are like the big stocky horses, so
Right.
much more. The only other choice would be like a bear. Like that would be kind of reasonable, but I still think just doing a horse thing with like that's been kind of bred to bear weight is probably our best choice.
Probably.
We're gonna pick one of the really big stocky ones that are okay with like having a lot of weight on its back. Because it's not gonna be an armored warhorse, so like the normal weight of it wearing armor is subsidized by.
What about like a draft horse, which is used to pulling things like carts? It might not be as fast, but it's probably better suited to something like, you know, rocky terrain or
Sorry.
uneven
I
terrain.
can't find draft horses. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's not in the guide, I mean, you're welcome to improv some things. I'm sure
No,
you've seen a draft horse.
there is actually draft riding and warhorse in here.
Oh, neat.
Like a draft horse is fucking stocky. They're made to do work. It might not be the fastest, but it's probably gonna be better to have like a sturdy animal in the jungle with two people than a spindly animal in the jungle with two people. Because you're not going to be able to go at full speed anyways.
Why won't I be?
I wouldn't assume, at least.
Why wouldn't I be?
It's a jungle. If you're taking a horse galloping through the jungle, you're gonna have a bad time.
Well, if you're trying to guide a horse that I'm gonna be moving as fast as I physically can, as nimbly as I can.
You're also going to be carrying two people.
And I'm gonna hope you two can hold on tight.
Oh, I'm not going. I'm just a fox.
Oh,
I'm
not
just...
you. Yeah, Kovi or not Kovi. Amon and Nama.
Would I be able
Sorry
to?
But I'm flattered you offered to let me ride you. But you're not my type. I'm sorry.
So does now I think you can get us there like in a pretty quick way, or does a shortcut that can get us like to head off the shaman or something?
He doesn't really know any like shortcuts, but the shaman was not mounted and not in a particularly big hurry, so honestly, he thinks you could catch up to him pretty easily with or without a mount.
Okay, we just need to go fast, like don't waste time.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're like, making good time. It's not like the shaman is sprinting towards the temple.
Right. Okay. Does he know of any other like stonemen camps like along the way?
He does not, and he tells you he's never actually seen like an organized civilization of stone men. In fact, like the stone man that they killed at your shipwreck was the first time he's ever seen a stone man that didn't come from the volcanoes to the southeast.
I see. Well, the southeast though. Which direction is the temple we're going towards?
Let's see, also to the southeast.
Cool. Then yes, we can probably just like we're probably good at tracking. I mean, we got a bunch of people who can survival stuff. We can probably track them down.
Yeah, it certainly seems likely. They leave big old footprints.
Excellent. Yeah, we definitely track them down basically once you. I think Nama basically said that this shaman's like kind of integral to the ceremony, right?
Yeah, he says, like somebody has to be there to oversee it all. Because they are not the only people involved with this ceremony. He tells you that it is a joint effort between the lizard folk and the snake people, the Yuan Ti, like the one that was guarding the bridge.
I'm a little surprised. I'm like, I didn't know that you were allies with them.
Allies is a bit of a strong term, but You people have an expression: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And
So you're both against the other city.
right.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine.
So is this settled then?
Are we having any of this information related to the people that don't speak Draconic?
Yeah, I'd fill you in this stuff. Basically, I've already told you guys what my plan to get like the stone men being like evil as fuck here, like because they're fucking volcano working with dragons that are in there, which is probably evil. We should definitely bring some of those as sacrifices in their stead.
Ask them what color the dragons are, if they can tell, if they know.
Goddamn red dragon lives in a volcano. Or I guess there are other fire dragons. Never mind.
If it's a gold dragon, I'll be surprised, but it's possible.
Are you asking?
I think he is. Yes.
I'd very much like to know the color of the dragon. If they know, yes.
I just have to double check with Eamon to make sure he's translating that.
Yeah, he is.
What the dragon color?
Yeah, are you asking what color the dragon is?
I'm asking Anama. You said yes. I'm asking the color of the dragon in Draconic.
Okay, then yes. He tells you he's never seen it. He knows that, according to the legends, there is a single dragon who refers to himself as the Copper Man, who is in charge of that volcano. But he's never actually seen any of them in person.
Gee, I thought so. I swear to God, if this thing turns out to be like gold or green or something, I'm gonna be kind of salty. Anyways, but yeah, is everybody okay with this plan?
I'm probably gonna see if I can find any of the stone men, and sneakily, and if worst comes to worst, I can speak Primordial, and I'm hoping they speak Primordial.
Yeah, if you want to go try and scout out around the area to find some suitable replacement sacrifice. God, why am I even saying this?
Your mic is actually a little quiet too. I'm not sure if you moved it away.
It might have moved away. I'm sorry.
There we go.
I can't believe I'm saying replacement sacrifices, but yeah. So if you want to scout out while we're getting this shaman to stop the ritual, that would be a great boon.
Alright, I'm gonna go do that then, and hopefully I don't die.
And I think it's time for us to head out. So, wait, where's the rogue? The rogue was talking about joining us.
The rogue? What is the rogue up to right now?
I'm just in the bushes, like fixing the sticks in my hair,
Alright.
and like listening to their conversation, and just waiting for them to like start moving, because I'm going to be following the horse.
I'm heading down the way
Oh,
that.
so you had actually. So you weren't actually part of the conversation. Okay, then there's no reason to wait.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
Alright, as I'm walking down here, can I see Elizabeth?
Are you, like, actually down there?
Oh, like as soon as I heard that, I would have started moving down and, like, started heading towards the volcano.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand what's going on. As soon as you guys talk about, like, tracking down Stone Man, you start walking south alone.
No, as soon as like, as soon as this conversation's over, I just start heading that direction.
Okay,
I don't know how long you want it to take, but I'm heading that direction.
that's fine. As you start to do that, you see the shaman and two of the other lizard folk, like, get up and follow you, very suspiciously. And then, Elizabeth, you definitely see him coming. Do you try to stay hidden, or do you make yourself seen?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Alright, give me a stealth roll then. And, yeah, Covey, give me perception.
Sort of. I break a couple sticks in my hair and I shout something in Goblin.
Oh. Oh well, I guess I'm still drugged.
Yeah, you don't notice.
Just get down low and cover my mouth.
And yeah, all of the lizard folk get to about here, and like when they realize that you're not walking towards the temple and you're just like walking into the jungle alone, they let you wander off into the jungle alone. All right,
Fun.
the rest of you, what's the plan?
I honestly expected him to, like, I don't know, take Cognate or a couple of the other people, but whatever.
Well, I'm as soon as I get to like proper jungle, I'm gonna start sneaking. I figured I wouldn't need to sneak in camp.
Yeah, but maybe bring some backup. But okay.
Nah, if I'm sneaking around, I can probably fucking book it if I need to.
Okay, whatever. Uh, that, and then class feature. Boop. Super speedy warhorse. This might be where Covey dies. But yeah, with a base 70 movement after these two get on, yeah, I'm just gonna be booking it.
All right, and you ended up going with a draft horse?
The warhorse.
Warhorse? Okay. All right. Yeah, Ammon and Nama hop on your back. Okay, so let's see. Covey has wandered off on his own. Elizabeth is sort of sneaking around the camp. Cognate, what are you doing, Cognate?
Well, let me quickly just do a head count. Like, what's the plan right now? So, Cognate, what do you, like, I guess, do we know what you're all doing here? Do we have a plan?
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Is like what the plan is for all of you. The Mara has been convinced to stay behind. So the NPCs are all sort of just like uncomfortably huddled around this fire, keeping an eye on the lizard folk.
I'm just basically, just be on your best. Just don't be stupid, okay? Just be nice to them. Get your food and treat them like anyone else. You're in their village. You're guests. Be nice.
All right.
But apart from that, I'm just so. I guess it sounds like we're kind of splitting up or something like that. Or is someone just gonna find stone men and some of us going after the shaman, or what?
It sure does look like we're splitting the party a whole lot.
I thought that Covey was going to take people with him.
Well, if anyone wants to follow me before I start sneaking around, I'm not being sneaky.
You could have invited people.
Well, I said I was gonna go find some fucking stone people.
All right, Cognate, what are you up to? Do you want to follow Covey? Do you want to stay here? What's the plan?
You're probably not keeping up with the horse.
Smurg.
Smerg?
Smurg.
Did he die?
I think Smurg might have accidentally died. I am going to, Smurg has tracking stuff, right?
He should. I think he did.
Smurg's in the chat. What the fuck?
Smurg has survival. He is not going to let Covey wander off alone, so Smurg is going with Covey. And that leaves Elizabeth alone at the camp, stealthed and disguised.
I'm following Mulek and Ammon.
They are on horseback, dashing as fast as they can.
I can cunning action.
So that'll get you to 90, right?
Yeah.
This thing is moving 70 and dashing.
That's 140 versus 90, even with like exploit of game mechanics.
Alright, then I follow after Kobe.
All right,
The second I kind of realize that there's no way I'm keeping up with that.
right.
Okay? Guess
Okay.
There goes that plan.
All right. Let's see. Who do we want to resolve first? This should be fun. Well, since Smurg is AFK, let's go ahead and do the Mulek and Ammon group first. So let's see. It's about 6 o'clock when this all goes down. You guys are on horseback. Let's do this. All right. Ammon, give me a perception check.
Do I not get one?
Sure. Use the horse's wisdom, though. Like, obviously, if there's any sort of... Well, no, you retain wisdom when you
Yeah,
shapeshift.
that's
Yep.
still my smarts.
Yeah, go for it, go for it. It was more of like, do you... I can't... You gain their senses?
You gain their physical and any other enhanced rolls, but
But you don't lose anything good that you had. Okay, cool. So yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
I don't know. Does the warhorse have anything good? No.
I'm not
They
related to
have
perception, I
+1.
assume.
It has move speed.
Okay. Let's see. Mulek, as a horse, as you're going through this jungle, the path is wide at first, but then it gets a little narrow and a little bit difficult to traverse. But then it does open back up into a bit of a wider path, and you're still booking it once you get to the wider path. When you notice there's a fork in the path. It's not really a road. It's just like a trodden path that has been walked by these lizard folk for hunting purposes and getting back and forth to the temple. And you feel a tug on, like your mane from Nama, suggesting that you take the right, just because it seems a little bit, easier to traverse in his experience.
All right, he knows the way we're going. I'm just looking down the path. So, doop 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 doop.
As you are continuing down that path, though, you can see just barely, you catch a glimpse of it through the trees on your left side, where the other path would have taken you. There is a monstrous, hulking figure, and it's about 6 o'clock, so it's still light enough that you can see that there's something, but you can't really get a good glimpse of it through all of the dense foliage. But you definitely get the impression that there is something very large on the other side of the trees. So maybe like a good, let's see here, maybe 40 feet through the trees.
Well, is it attacking something? Is it making loud, aggressive noises?
It doesn't appear to be making any loud noises. It seems to be hunched over, and again, you can't quite make out exactly what it is. You just see that it's large and a little bit hunched over. It doesn't seem to be moving very quickly.
As a player, as a character, as a player, as a character. Oh. God. I'm having a real conflict. Because as a player, I'm 80% sure that that's just something that's Gib the shaman, but as a character, I'm not sure I understand I'm in a story where shit like that is happening. So.
You gotta follow your heart.
Yep. My heart says, I don't know. God damn it, I was really hoping for like a below 10 or an above 20. It's very middle of the road still. Well, if we overshoot the shaman and make it to the temple, it's not the worst thing. So I'm hoping this guy's guiding me in the right direction.
Alright, so you're continuing down the path.
Down the path.
Alright. As you go past it, you can see that it sort of shifts its attention towards you through the trees a little bit. But a few minutes go by, you don't get the sense that anything is chasing or following you, and you continue down the path.
I think it would have to be crazy to try and keep up with me.
You continue going for about an hour or so. It's maybe 7 o'clock, the sun is starting to set, but there's still a little bit of sunlight. And you see the shape of, it appears to be a humanoid. It could reasonably be a shaman. It's still pretty dense jungle, but the path is wide enough that you can see it pretty clearly up ahead.
I slow down to not about to trample something to death, but still, making a decent pace forward.
Alright. As you approach, turns around, and it is definitely the lizard folk shaman. And he recognizes that there's a horse, but it's being ridden by 2 lizard folk. And he stops and sort of just stares as you approach.
As well he should.
So how long have I been running?
It's been about an hour total.
Okay. Cause I'm just trying to keep track of the wild shape time.
Yep.
Okay. I look to Nama for a second, then look to the shaman and say, "We've come to." Jeez, I'm kind of confused. I'm not sure what to do here, but uh, there's something we have to do before you go and do the ceremony.
He looks at you, and then he looks to Nama, and Nama, he nods, not necessarily like in a way that suggests that you're completely right, but to at least give you a chance to speak your mind. So the shaman looks back at you and is like, "Well, what's happening? What delays the ritual?"
Well, as you know, I am the herald of Mershulk, and Mershulk. Just clear it. Mershulk is a guy, right?
I mean, it's a deity, but yeah, they are often described as brothers, so you get the impression it's a dude.
Okay, and he has imparted wisdom to me, and he is not pleased with the sacrifice of mere children. He wants more than just that. He wants a demonstration of his power against his foes, the Stone Men, and wants them on the altar instead of the children.
Okay, give me deception.
That was good talking.
That was good talking.
That is me. That is me. That roll is also me trying to curse my way out of being arrested by the guards.
He looks at you and looks back to Nama, like, is this guy serious? And then he looks back to you with a very skeptical look and is like, children, we've been sacrificing children for centuries. Why would Mershulk change his mind all of a sudden?
Because Mershulk saw fit to grace you with his holy presence just yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Was still today.
It is actually, I think, still today.
Yeah, still today.
Yeah, because this very morning, Mershulk graced you with his holy presence and expressed his displeasure with your sacrifices thus far. I believe he said, "Get this filth out of my temple."
That's true.
Get told.
Sorry, I was gone.
Did you fall asleep?
Yes.
It's all good. Um,
You're running off with Covey, and Elizabeth is kind of stalking behind you, trying to scout out where some rocket men might be.
yeah. Okay, the shaman turns and he looks at Nama and he's like, can we have a word in private? Except in weird lizard folk tribal language. And he tells you that he'll be right back, and he gets off of the horse, and Nama and the shaman go up
Says what?
out of earshot, and they have a conversation for a few minutes.
I got off the horse as well because I guarantee you, Ammon's never ridden on a horse before. He is very saddle sore right now. Especially since there is no, in fact, saddle. So, ow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that is quite unpleasant.
Do you have to be? Does the other person have to consent for you to make that telepathic bond?
No.
Could you?
But as I very much told what's his name Toady today, it's rude to do it without asking.
Yeah, but eavesdropping has its uses.
I
It's,
trust this guy.
yeah, it's also not like a listening thing. It's like a communication thing.
It's not tech thoughts. It's we can talk to each other without you guys here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, the two of
There
you
might be
could
a
do
little
it,
bit
but
more to it.
in fact, that would be the only way that you two could be talking to
Yeah,
each other right now.
I was
But yeah,
kinda, that would be a nice thing. For
I would actually talk into his head and say, please get a saddle next time. Oh, God, that hurts.
I don't plan on doing this regularly.
Hey, at least riding a horse with no saddle is more comfortable than a horse riding you with no saddle.
okay. After
Moving on.
Yeah, after a few minutes, you hear a little bit of heated shouting between Nama and the shaman. And it's very clear that there is, like, not an altercation, but definitely a unpleasant discussion going on between the two. And you can't hear them. They've made sure they're out of earshot. But you can see that, like, the shaman is waving his hand towards you angrily and is somewhat upset by this message. But let's see how this goes.
You can do it. I trust you.
This was a bad trust you. This is a bad trust you.
After a few minutes, the shaman watches sternly as he sends Nama back to you. And Nama approaches, and he gets back on the horse, and he tells you, we can't cancel the ritual. It's a time-sensitive thing. I'm sure that Murshak would still appreciate the bodies of the stone men, but children are one of Murshak's favorite sacrifices. In fact, this ritual specifically calls for children. We can't just interrupt it out of the blue.
What sort of ritual is this anyway? You said you were going to bring back a lesser avatar or something.
Yeah, he says their blood will be mixed with the pools of fire at this temple, and it will summon an avatar of Murshak. It's not Murshak himself, but it is at least a token through which he can act and speak, and then his will be made clear.
I made my damn will clear this morning, you fucks.
Well, this worked once before. I suppose I have to trust over again. I tell them, fine then. If you're so convinced that that this is what Murshak wants, then let me go with you, and I'll show you just how happy Murshak is with this demonstration.
Nama looks at you, and the shaman is out of earshot, and he's like, I don't know if that would be wise. The shaman doesn't trust you.
Well, I suppose that's fair, outsider and all that. Though I'm surprised he's so willing to go against Murshak's will, given her instructions there today. His instructions. And, Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do, honestly.
As you two are conversing, the shaman starts to walk away.
I'm feeling that I'm too tired to be useful. I really should just go to sleep.
Yep, sure thing. We'll NPC you for a bit.
Oh, why did I roll deception for me twice? That was weird, but those rolls are pretty shit anyway. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Goodbye.
See you, Smirk.
Bye, Smirk.
See ya.
Have a good nap.
I think you mean just lapse. I think you mean coma lapsing instead of nap.
Shh. Just anywho,
Well, if nothing else, he doesn't trust me. So I'll look to Nama and say he doesn't trust me. So will he not let me go to the ceremony or what?
He says that under his authority, you could accompany him. I mean, he can't stop you from being there, and if you are an avatar of Murshak, as you say you are, it would be right for you to be there. But he certainly would be a little suspicious of you. And you can actually tell... Give me an insight roll.
I'd make one, but I can't understand these jackasses.
Jeez, yeah. Freaking saddle store, man. That's all my concentration right there.
Yeah, you can sense that there is a slight shift in demeanor with Nama, but you can't really read exactly why or what's going on.
Okay, I will. I do get the slight shift, and I say, look, I get this has been a hell of a day for all of us, for sure, and I know I have not earned everyone's trust yet, but if I was really if I was not trying to help your people, I would have left you to die to the Stonemen. If instead I stood by and made sure you got out of there too. So if nothing else, I at least know that I'm trying to do what's right for people, even if I've not quite earned all of your trust yet. But that said, I do come from a place where this kind of sacrifice is frowned upon, and the people I travel with don't like it. That doesn't mean I'm opposed to it. I'm saying that I would rather they don't have what's important to them sacrificed. And so I want to do the Stoneman thing. So if nothing else, I would like to at least accompany them to you and the shaman here to see what this thing is about and better understand what this avatar is capable of and what it tends to do. And yeah, that's what I have in mind.
All right. He looks at you, and he's not nearly as cordial as he has been, but he nods and he says, I understand different cultures. You'll have to understand our culture is important to us too, and if you do speak for Marshal, you would know that. But you can accompany us. That's fine. He's not gonna, like, lash out at you. I'll make sure he doesn't attack you.
Don't worry. I've no intention of fighting him. I'm gonna see what happens. And I'll at that same time I'll say, well, we can probably go on foot from here with the shaman. I will mind link with Mulek and say, go back to the others and get Elizabeth. We're absolutely going to need her for this.
Where is she?
I don't know. I'm
You
just
haven't
saying.
seen her since the shipwreck.
We last saw her in. Wait, you haven't seen Elizabeth's shipwreck? She was back in the. That shipwreck. Okay, I was about to say.
The
I
same
thought you meant the
shipwreck.
event of the shipwreck.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
since the beach.
Okay, yes, the beach. There we go. I say, I don't know. I will try and stall for time, or at least get some information. But otherwise, we will absolutely need her to get these children out of here safely.
Can you message her at all?
Not this far away. If I can do this with you right now because we're close, but I absolutely can't reach her mind from here. But
Can I use my rogue senses?
Rogue senses tingling.
You sense lots of loot in that temple that you walked away from.
Oh, I go back then.
But
Go
look, I
incognito
will.
to go and get eaten by tigers. I'm going for those jewels.
I'll do my best to keep the ceremony stalled, but I don't know how long it'll last. Get there and get her over here quick. We're gonna need her.
All right. I'm not on wild shaping just yet. I'm gonna start trotting back the way we came, but not at full bolt just yet. I need to put on the
And I'll
that I'm okay with what just happened.
Okay, and I'll go up to the shaman with Nama and say, well, seems I need to earn your trust. Let's do this thing.
All right. He walks with you behind the shaman. He gives the shaman a little bit of space. You don't like run to catch up with them. You sort of follow at a distance, but you continue to track the shaman along this jungle path.
All right.
All right. Let's cut back over to Covey, and I will NPC Smurg in case we run into combat. Let's see. Where are they right now? All right. Neat. Okay, so Covey, you have wandered off into the jungle, accompanied by Covey. Elizabeth is trailing at a distance in disguise. We'll go ahead and have Cognate start looking for tracks, and you can go ahead and give me a survival roll too.
I was mostly planning to head towards the volcano.
Okay, so yeah, you're heading southeast, where you think the volcano is.
It's not a great roll either way.
I get lost and wind up back at the village.
Okay, so let's see. Okay. Alright, so Cognate is able to at least, like, keep you from, wandering off a cliffside, Covey. Elizabeth, you do genuinely like lose their trail after about 5-10 minutes and start wandering back to the village.
Sick.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, let's see. After about 25-30 minutes or so, Cognate notices a path that looks like it has been the site of some sort of battle. And he points it out to you, and he warns you that, there's something on this path, maybe 40 feet to your southeast. He says he can smell blood, and that you should proceed carefully.
Alright, I'm gonna roll stealth and head towards it.
Alright, you actually average out, yada yada da da da. Yeah, you approach quietly, or at least as quietly as you think you can. And when you get a little closer to the path and push through the jungle, you find a sort of like a trodden dirt path, and you see the bodies of a handful of lizard folk that have been crushed and smothered along this path. Looks like maybe 3 or 4 lizard folk bodies that have just been absolutely crushed and destroyed.
Alright, I guess I'll search for tracks, since there might be some leading away from it. That'd be survival or perception, wouldn't it?
Survival, yep, and he will join you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, so in all of the chaos of whatever happened here, you can't really find any single set of tracks that leads one way or another. But he is able to see that south along this path, and I'll bring up a thing real quick. But south along this path, there are several sets of wide footprints, and again, he hasn't really studied the tracks of a stone man, but they are large enough that it seems reasonable that they could be stone men. And he sees, he says it's maybe 3 or 4 sets that look older, and 1 set that looks fresher, that is heading back that same direction.
Back the direction we came?
The direction away from you. They're heading south, and you guys came from the north.
Alright, I
I'm
guess
gonna
I'll
bring a map real
continue
quick.
heading south, but off the path. Like, off the path, but still where I can see the path.
Right. All right. As you guys are continuing to follow this path to the south, give me a perception roll. And actually, he will have, I think he has this. All right. You notice that there is a little bit of a clearing up ahead, and you can actually hear the sound of flowing water. It smells sort of stagnant, or to Cognate, who's doing a smell check rather than a hear check. But you can definitely hear some water, and you hear the movement of really large somethings or another. It's a lot of things. It's clearly not just one thing. And it's coming through the jungle. It's a little too dense to see exactly what is up ahead, but you hear a lot of large things moving around in the jungle ahead of you, as well as a little bit of moving water.
Alright, I suppose, how dense is the overbrush? Or how dense is the foliage above?
It is blocking out. There isn't a whole lot of sunlight to begin. It's we're back at about 6:30 right now. There's just enough to like shine through and illuminate the ground, maybe within a 15-20 foot radius. But it's definitely mostly covered by jungle.
Um, Alright, can I tell about how far away the sound is coming from?
Yeah, it sounds like it is about, let's see here, maybe about 70 feet or so.
Alright, I want to move about 40 feet closer and then try to climb a tree.
All right. I assume you're being sneaky about all this.
Yes.
All right. Seeing how Cognate did last time, he's like, I'm gonna hang back a bit and I'll let you scout it out before I go making a bunch of noise. So give me a stealth roll and then an athletics or be athletics, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it takes a little bit of finagling, but you do actually find a tree that has some vines that make it a little bit easier to climb. And from where you're at, you have a little bit of a better view of what's going on. And let me drag you over here.
Everything's dark.
What? Here we go. Ahead of you, you see an opening in the jungle. And in this opening is sort of a marshy pond. Again, the water seems to be, you can see a little farther than that. The water seems to be flowing out of the mouth of a cave very, very slowly. Um, so the water is mostly stagnant. You can see flies buzzing, there's cattails growing throughout it, lots of reeds. And grazing in this marsh are several massive creatures that you've never seen before. They have hard-shelled backs. They've got spikes along the ridges of their back. They walk on all fours, sort of like a turtle, but this is way, way bigger than any turtle that you've ever seen.
Are they dinosaurs?
Give me a nature check.
Shit.
They might be. Who knows?
Can I roll history?
Nope. I mean, you can, but like, if you can convince me of a reason that your historical knowledge would have
Um,
something to do with, like, dinosaurs, then maybe.
Well, if people have seen dinosaurs, especially biologists, or found anything like fossils, they would have likely written something about it.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, give me history. Okay. Back in Rosa, there really aren't a lot of dinosaurs or even historical knowledge of dinosaurs. But you have heard rumors, and they could just be rumors, that Fortuna is home to a lot of fantastic and strange creatures, and one or two of the rumors has involved dinosaurs. And I don't know if they would actually call them dinosaurs, but certainly large reptiles that are, much larger than standard reptiles and have sharp pointy teeth and stuff.
Uh, do they look more like herbivores or what?
Even with your 7 on nature, you definitely get the impression that they're herbivores based on the fact that they're grazing on, like, marsh fronds. And they don't really have, like, a lot of... They don't look very fast. So if they're predators, they would have to be, like, grazing, something that feeds on smaller creatures.
All right. I want to try to move through the trees to try to get a better angle to look into the cave.
Alright. Yeah, give me stealth. Alright, so you're able to climb down fairly nimbly, and you work your way down along the southern tree line, and I'll reveal some more for you, and you can position yourself how you like.
Try to get myself around there.
And from there, you can see a little bit into the mouth of the cave, and you can see again there's another one of these creatures that's kind of just sleeping inside the mouth of the cave, and you see that there's definitely water coming from the cave, but you can't see too far into it.
The fact that you had something like this prepared makes me feel like it's important, but at the same time, I don't know, you're a cat, so you'd probably make plenty of throwaway shit. Alright, is this
Who knows?
cave, like anywhere near the volcano, or is it still pretty far away?
You've been traveling. Actually, let me see. Where are you at? Can you actually see the volcano from here? Da, 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 da. You cannot see the volcano from here, but off in the horizon, every once in a while, like especially when you climb that tree, certainly not while you're down walking, but you can see sort of a mountain range to the southeast, and it still looks a good way off, like easily a day's travel away from that mountain range, and you really don't see a volcano at all from here. Did that come through?
Yeah, I heard it. I'm not sure
Okay.
if I want to, stick around here or not, because at this point it just kind of feels like I'm wasting everyone's time. Um, so the water obviously doesn't look all that pleasant.
It doesn't look very pleasant. It looks like a wild animal could probably drink it if they needed to, but you most likely would want to find fresher, at least running water if you were going to try to bottle some for yourself.
But, well, how many diseases am I gonna get if I step foot in it?
I mean, it looks like a marsh or a pond. It doesn't look like it's acidic or anything crazy like that.
Well, when you say marsh, I'm also thinking like quicksand levels of fuck no.
Give me a survival check.
Shit.
It looks pretty safe to you. I mean, you'll have to tread carefully. You don't want to just like go marching off into it at full speed, but it looks like, I mean, it doesn't look like there's any immediate danger if you try to like wade through it a little bit.
Around the mouth of the cave, how rocky is the area around it?
You definitely see like a big area in the center of this marsh pond thing that is just like a rocky surface up where one of these things is sitting. So you could certainly just walk on that. And then as you get closer to the mouth of the cave, it gets a lot shallower and rockier. So there definitely is like solid land that you could stand on in there.
Oh, like the rock face over by the mouth to the south. What's that like?
It's
Is it?
pretty much we'll go with a 20-foot cliff. It's pretty much a stone face with lots of vines growing down the side of it. It's pretty damp. It might be difficult to climb. You could certainly try if you wanted. And then at the top of that, it's like muddy overgrowth, and you can see some more jungle trees up on top.
Alright, I guess I'll head back to the path and keep this place in mind.
All right. And yeah, you definitely relay to Cognate that you want to remember this location, and he is very good at remembering maps and wilderness, so he says that if you need to, he could almost certainly guide you back here.
Because I certainly don't want to deal with like very, very large herbivores with spikes all alone in case they feel threatened and want to, gut me.
All right. So yeah. Um, while you were doing that, Cognate was kind of investigating the path that you guys were following. And he says that the trail goes a little bit cold here just because it gets grassy. But the one set of footsteps that you have been following seems to go off towards this cave, but he really can't tell for sure.
Alright, so based on that, it certainly sounds like the Rockmen aren't coming from the volcano. And there's not really much reason that the Rockmen wouldn't continue along the path if they had it. I don't know.
All right.
Well, I guess based on that, I'll just continue. I guess I'll try to head back to the cave. But if you want to cut over to other people for a bit, I'm fine.
Sure, yeah, we'll cut back to Elizabeth real quick. Cognate says he will join you this time. Based on your description of those creatures to him, he says it sounds like they're probably herbivorous, and as long as you're careful, it should be safe to approach cautiously, and if not, you guys can nope the fuck out before they get there. But let's cut back to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, after your, you attempted to follow them, but you kind of, with your disguise being as, you know, makeshift as it was, it was hard to follow without being really obvious, and you eventually lost sight of them and you headed back to camp.
Okay. Then, hmm.
This is what you get for always trying to be sneaky.
Yeah. Um,
Come on, I'm a bard. You can trust me.
I'm going to just try and hide out, kind of sneak back close to where yeah, kind of close to where I was before. Just hunker down, just kind of make sure everything's going okay in the camp, and still staying as out of sight as I can.
All right.
All right. So I was just trying to quickly piece this together. So there might be something that happens. I want to send an animal messenger back to camp for Elizabeth.
All right. Yeah, let me know how. Do you have to find an animal, or does it conjure an animal? What are the mechanics there?
I'm gonna push the button first.
All right, just a second.
So yeah, you need some animal that you can see. Presumably, you can find something.
Also, preferably something that isn't going to get eaten on the way or killed immediately on arriving at camp.
Well, it has to be a small animal. So
Yeah, I mean, you're in a jungle. You're very easily able to spot a bird or a parrot of some sort, or even a large fly or something along those lines. So yeah, we'll say you find yourself a nice brightly colored a bird of some sort.
yes, and I'm going to describe the woman it's looking for, and it is going to say that. This is also why that took me so long. I was trying to figure out how to compress all that information into 25 words or less.
Nice. Okay. Let's see. Targeted headshots covering about 50 miles per 24 hours.
So, like, it's going.
Oh, it'll get back there real fast. Let's see.
Yeah, it's gonna go there real quick. And, like, I had to wild shape out to do that, and I did that as ritual, so that would have taken about 10 minutes, but it's gonna get there real quick. And then at that point, I'm just basically gonna be quickly walking down the road. Down the path we went to try and meet up with her as quick as possible. So that's what I'm doing over on my end.
All right.
And so I kind of need Elizabeth input before anything happens on my end.
All right.
Do I get the message?
That actually is a very good question because you are in disguise and stealthed.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm not
I
still
know
very
that.
well, to be fair.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't as a player or as a character know that she's disguised, but
Yeah.
also know that it would be best to describe like you're looking for someone about this tall. Oh shit.
Yeah. Give me like an actual description here.
Yeah. Okay. Fucking hell.
This should be good.
2 minutes. Give me like a minute and a half here. Even though I
Okay,
want to start
okay,
very
you're
quick.
fine. Yeah, Elizabeth, as you are sort of sitting and watching, you can tell that all of your crewmates are sort of just huddled around this fire. They're talking amongst themselves. Captain Salthammer and Fishstick are giving each other some real dirty looks. But, you know, they don't, like, come to brawls
Oh
or
man,
anything
are
like
they
that.
fighting over me?
You can also see from your position that all of the lizard folk are sort of doing this same thing, where they're all like huddled around one side of the fire so that none of them have their backs to the intruders. And they're just like watching real carefully, and they're cooking up some dinner. They've got some tiger meat, presumably from a different hunt because the other one didn't go so well. But yeah. And then,
It's because we strangled a baby.
I mean, possibly.
Feck's the one who came up with that description, not me.
Alright, so I'm mostly giving like time to come up with this description.
All right. A woman of X height, because I mean, I don't think any of us wrote down a specific height, but you know, that tall, black hair, and your picture is correct, right? Your little token picture, more or less.
More or less, yeah.
Okay. A pale woman, about that tall, with black hair, and likely, or don't use likely, hiding or skulking around the village. So,
Okay. Let's find some stats for birds.
burb.
Burb.
Burb, 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 burb.
Oh yeah, this will work. Cool.
They're like just burb.
Okay, your stealth roll was 13. She knows to be looking for you, so let's see how this goes.
Oh, thank God.
As you are watching this camp very carefully, you see this bright flash of yellow just like swoop down right in front of you, and then this bird. Let's
Sounds
see.
like Mulek and says a thing.
It sounds like Mulek, and it says a thing out loud, and you hear the message that it repeats, and you also notice that as soon as this bird starts talking, everyone looks your way, and you're like still in the jungle, but like you know that you've got their attention.
Do they see me yet, or they just know the location that I'm at?
They're looking in your general location, and the lizard folk. You know, actually, they might. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, jeez.
I may have caused more problems than I solved.
It's cool. I was about to cause problems anyways, so.
The lizard folk shaman looks over at your crew to like see if it's any of them, and sees that the same number of people is still there, and can also see that all of them are equally surprised by this voice coming out of nowhere. And he motions for one of the hunters to go check it out. So you see one of the hunters start to make his way towards you. Okay, let's see here. Okay. You are. Yeah, okay. You're the only person here, so we will resolve some of these things. Alright, let's cut back over to Covey and Cognate, and we will continue to resolve that between the two of us.
Sounds good.
I have caused troubles.
That's cool.
We all have, don't worry.
Alright, Covey and Cognate, which is basically just Covey at this point. You have come back to your perch. You can see the mouth of the cave, and Cognate is actually. Oh, come on! Don't be such a baby. and he steps out. And as he does so, you notice that there is absolutely no immediate reaction from these giant weird turtle things. They sort of look up and then they go back to grazing.
I was thinking as much, but I wasn't sure if they wanted to fucking gut me. But yeah, I guess I'll step out with them and then head towards the mouth of the cave. To about right here. Trying to give them a wide berth, obviously.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, you make your way over there, and Cognate follows you. And as you get there, you can see just a little bit more into the cave here.
Alright, how deep is the water by the mouth of the cave right here?
No more than a few inches. It's pretty shallow right here, and below it is just like gravel and pebbles.
Gravel and pebbles. Alright, I want to take a stick and poke at it.
Alright. You poke at it, and it feels pretty solid. You can actually like clear some of the pebbles aside, and you can see that it's like dirt and a little bit of stone.
Alright. I suppose I'll walk carefully over to the mouth, and non-threateningly, so the turtle thing doesn't try to immediately kill me.
Alright. Give me animal handling.
Oh god.
With advantage, because Cognate is a little more experienced, and he's going to help you with it.
Not that you need it.
20 is solid.
Yeah, that is pretty solid. Okay, as you approach, from this close, you can see that there are like horns all along the side of this thing's head and jaw, as well as along the ridges of its shell. And you also see that it has a massive club at the end of its tail, with a couple of like short spikes on it too. So you can see that this thing could probably fuck you up super, super easily if it wanted to. But it doesn't really seem to mind your presence. It kind of like looks up at you and then goes back to sleep.
It sounds like an ankylosaurus.
You're probably right. If I was to reveal the name of this thing, it would probably say Ankylosaurus.
Alright, well if it doesn't seem interested, I'm gonna head into the cave.
Alright, you are able to make your way inside pretty easily. Cognate is right behind you.
Alright, and before I go any further, I'm gonna try to sneak and peek.
Okay. Which side are you peeking at first? Like, where are you standing and where are you peeking?
Standing right here and peeking out. Of course, based on the shape of the cave, I'm guessing there's more to the east than there is to the west.
Okay, as you peek your head inside, you see this.
All I see is black. Oh, okay.
Inside, the water stops, it gets very dark, and it looks like a nondescript cave. There really isn't anything particularly interesting that you can see from here. It looks very much like a natural cave formation. It doesn't look like, yeah, it looks pretty unremarkable.
See if I can see anything with a little more light.
Alright, where are you casting it?
About right there.
Okay. Alright. As soon as you do that, you notice two things. The first thing that you notice is this giant balloon style thing. It honestly is hard to tell exactly what it is, but it sort of looks like a floating sphere of some sort that floats right out of the wall on the other side of you towards the light, very, very slowly. And you can tell as it comes into the light, it is very plant-like. It looks a little bit like a mushroom, sort of. It's covered in tendrils and spores, and it is definitely attracted to the light. The second thing that you notice is a loud shuffling, and it sounds like rock against rock coming from around the right side.
Wah, ha, 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 ha. Who was in that game? I'm trying to remember.
None of, actually, I think Smurg might have been. Actually, you know what? Smurg
was
was in that game, and that is okay. So let's see.
He also has a somewhat overstated fear of mushrooms. I think it was him.
Okay, Smurg notices this thing immediately, runs up to you, grabs you by the shoulder, and pulls you back immediately. And he says, "Don't go anywhere near that thing."
Okay. I guess I'll make my way out of the cave stealthily and then quietly ask him why.
All right. Yeah, give me stealth. Okay, so you guys are able to pretty cautiously retreat. You don't spook the Ankylosaurus too much. You do notice that this spore continues floating towards the light. Um, and Cognate tells you that he has seen these things before, and they basically explode into a cloud of spores that are extremely deadly and will completely mess you up if you're anywhere near them when they explode.
Are they intelligent?
He says based on his interaction with them, they sort of just like slowly move towards a target. They don't seem to be particularly intelligent. It seems almost like just an automatic response.
Gosh, now I'm just feeling like there's even more of something here. But I also feel like I'm gonna die if I do something stupid.
Where would you get that impression?
Not gonna lie, those things are super evil. Heed Smurg on this one. Smurg would be like, would be desperately trying to make you heed that warning. Those things are evil.
Evil or just like hardcore
He would tell
awful?
you that they're probably not like intelligent enough to be evil, but they are dangerous.
Yeah, like those spores can have a reasonable chance of killing you.
How big is the explosion?
He says that they were able to like pop some of them from a distance and nobody got infected. He says maybe, I mean, he says to be safe, you'd want to do it from like 40, 50 feet at least.
Alright, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cast a minor illusion from somewhere behind me in the trees and make it sound like some sort of predator's roar. See if I can spook any of the things into the cave.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. All right. What is your DC?
My what?
Your spell
I
save
don't
DC?
know if it has a save. I think you just
Yeah,
make a
it's just
noise.
minor illusion. It makes a sound.
You're right. It's only for the visual thing to discern that it's an illusion. Okay.
Yep.
Uh, as you do that, you notice that every single one of these ankylosaurs, it's almost like you flipped a switch, and they all stand up and they get super aggressive, and they start to pull back and form like a protective line around the mouth of this cave. And
That's
actually,
interesting.
on doing this, they definitely see you. Like they're aware that you're here, and they give a couple of reptilian barks towards you, like they're now much more threatened by your presence than they were before. But they are not like attacking you. They don't seem to believe that you were the source of it.
All right. I'm gonna. All right. All right. I'm gonna act scared and book it toward like angle my way away from the sound, but still along the land, and try to look as scared as possible.
All right, so you're
I'm
heading
not-
like southeast along the water.
Yeah.
All right, Cognate joins. Yes,
But,
as you
but
run.
also, because I'm not very threatened, I want to roll deception to make it seem like I didn't expect it or either.
Okay, sure, yeah, go ahead. Cognate, like, genuinely was not expecting this, so he's kind of terrified. And you're able to play it off pretty well. So yeah, as you start running, Cognate follows, and the Ankylosaurs let you go.
Alright, this is definitely somewhere I want to come back to, because if they're defending the mouth of the cave, then there's definitely something in there. Potentially eggs, but also potentially something that's controlling them. So I guess I'll head back. And it's based on hearing the stone on stone shuffling. I'm guessing there's one of the rock men in there.
All right, so you're heading back.
I'm gonna head back to the camp.
All right, it is 10 till 11. How are you guys feeling? This would
Well,
this would be a pretty decent place to wrap up, but I don't mind going longer if you guys want.
Yeah, I gotta work in the morning, unfortunately.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna have to duck out in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'll work with you, Sid, to like wrap up what's going on at the lizard folk camp because that should be interesting. But for everyone else, let's get experience going real quick.
what?
Any information for me as well about my interactions?
Yes, I will wrap up with both of you for those shortly. Just a second.
I felt very inactive this game. It wasn't a bad thing. It was nice being able to be a little bit more backseat today.
You realize now that Elizabeth is going to be very determined to get you to turn into like a pretty pony for her.
Well, maybe you saw the pony thing. No.
She definitely saw that.
You know, this makes me wish I still had speak with animals.
I never said to get rid of it. I said it is one of those spells you kind of only need one person for, but utility spells are nice. Every spell is nice. Like you're gonna if you keep asking me suggestions for what spells, all spells are nice. There isn't a bad spell
Well, I'm more curious about like
except
what
for
we don't have.
friends.
I'm like more concerned about what we don't have and less about what we have duplicates of. Because even if it's fine to have duplicates of spells, it's also nice to be able to fill in niches that we don't have filled.
Definitely a healer.
Healing spell now. It is shitty, but it's still a healing spell.
Better than nothing. So I don't think we can survive on potions.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap up the stream, and then I will work with Elizabeth and Ammon to wrap things up with what they're doing, and we will pick up next week.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
All right.
Good game, guys.